The hearing will please come to order. This morning, the panel will resume the questioning of Lieutenant Colonel North. May the record indicate that on 8:15 a.m. on July 7, 1987, the select committees of the House and Senate received a statement, the opening statement of Colonel North. This statement, pursuant to the rules, have been examined and determined that there are no inadvertent disclosures of classified material. Further, that we are satisfied that the statement does not exceed the bounds set forth by the court in the grant of immunity. And although the statement obviously exceeds 10 minutes, we will not insist upon a summary of it. And if the Colonel wishes to present his opening statement at this time, you may do so in total.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
As you all know by now, my name is Oliver North, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Marine Corps. My best friend is my wife, Betsy, to whom I have been married for 19 years and with whom I have had 4 wonderful children, aged 18, 16, 11, and 6. I came to the National Security Council 6 years ago to work in the administration of a great president. As a staff member, I came to understand his goals and his desires. I admired his policies, his strength, and his ability to bring our country together. I observed the President to be a leader who cared deeply about people and who believed that the interests of our country were advanced by recognizing that ours is a nation at risk in a dangerous world and acting accordingly. He tried and, in my opinion, succeeded in advancing the cause of world peace by strengthening our country, by acting to restore and sustain democracy throughout the world, and by having the courage to take decisive action when needed. I also believe that we must guard against a rather perverse side of American life, and that is the tendency to launch vicious attacks and criticism against our elected officials. President Reagan has made enormous contributions, and he deserves our respect and admiration. The National Security Council is, in essence, the President's staff. It helps to formulate and coordinate national security policy. Some, perhaps on this committee, believe that the NSC was devoid of experienced leadership. I believe that is wrong. While at the NSC, I worked most closely with 3 people: Mr. Robert C. McFarland, Admiral John Poindexter, and CIA Director William Casey. Bud McFarland is a man who devoted nearly 30 years of his life to public service in a number of responsible positions. At the NSC, he worked long hours, made great contributions, and I admire him for those efforts. Admiral Poindexter is a distinguished naval officer who served in a number of important positions of responsibility. He, too, was a tireless worker with a similar record of public service, and I, too, admire him greatly. William Casey was a renowned lawyer, a war veteran of heroic proportions, and a former chairman of the SEC. I understood that he was also a close personal friend and advisor to President Reagan. There is nearly a century of combined public service by these 3 men. As a member of the NSC staff, I knew that I held a position of responsibility, but I knew full well what my position was. I did not engage in fantasy that I was the President or Vice President or cabinet member or even the director of the National Security Council. I was simply a staff member with a demonstrated ability to get the job done. Over time, I was made responsible for managing a number of complex and sensitive covert operations that we have discussed here to date. I reported directly to Mr. McFarland and to Admiral Poindexter. I coordinated directly with others, including Director Casey. My authority to act always flowed, I believed, from my superiors. My military training inculcated in me a strong belief in the chain of command. Insofar as I can recall, I always acted on major matters with specific approval After informing my superiors of the facts as I knew them, the risks and the potential benefits, I readily admit that I was action-oriented, that I took pride in the fact that I was counted upon as a man who got the job done. And I don't mean this by way of criticism, but there were occasions when my superiors, confronted with accomplishing goals or difficult tasks, would simply say, "Fix it, Ollie," or "Take care of it." Since graduating from the Naval Academy in 1968, I have strived to be the best Marine officer that one can be. In combat, my goal was always to understand the objective, follow orders, accomplish the mission, and to keep alive the men who served under me. One of the few good things that has come from the last 7 months of worldwide notoriety has been the renewed contact that I've had with some of the finest people in the world, those with whom I served in Vietnam. Among the 50,000 or so messages of support that have arrived since I left the NSC are many from those who recount the horrors we lived through and who now relate stories of their families and careers. After Vietnam, I worked with my fellow officers to train good Marines, to be ready in case we were called upon elsewhere in the world, but at the same time, to hope that we never were. I honestly believe that any soldier who has ever been to a war truly hopes he will never see one again. My Marine Corps career was untracked in 1981 when I was detailed to the National Security Council. I was uneasy at the beginning, but I came to believe that it was important work, and as years passed and responsibilities grew, I got further from that which I loved, the Marine Corps and Marines. During 1984, 85, and 86, there were periods at times when we worked 2 days in every one. My guess is that the average workday lasted at least 14 hours. To respond to various crises, the need for such was frequent, and we would often go without a night's sleep, hoping to recoup the next night or thereafter. If I had to estimate the number of meetings and discussions and phone calls over that 5 years, it would surely be in the tens of thousands. My only real regret is that I virtually abandoned my family for work during these years. And that work consisted of my first few years on the staff as the project officer for a highly classified and compartmented national security project, which is not a part of this inquiry. I worked hard on the political military strategy for restoring and sustaining democracy in Central America, and in particular, El Salvador. We sought to achieve the democratic outcome in Nicaragua that this administration still supports, which involved keeping the Contras together in both body and soul. We made efforts to open a new relationship with Iran and recover our hostages. We worked on the development of a concerted policy regarding terrorists and terrorism and a capability for dealing in a concerted manner with that threat. We worked on various crises such as TWA 847, the capture of Achille Lauro, the rescue of American students in Grenada and the restoration of democracy on that small island, and the U.S. raid on Libya in response to their terrorist attacks. And as some may be willing to admit, there were efforts made to work with the Congress on legislative programs. There were many problems. I believe that we worked as hard as we could to solve them, and sometimes we succeeded, and sometimes we failed. But at least we tried, and I want to tell you that I, for one, will never regret having tried. I believe that this is a strange process that you are putting me and others through. Apparently, the President has chosen not to assert his prerogatives, and you have been permitted to make the rules. You call before you the officials of the executive branch. You put them under oath for what must be collectively thousands of hours of testimony. You dissect that testimony to find inconsistencies and declare some to be truthful and others to be liars. You make the rulings as to what is proper and what is not proper. You put the testimony which you think is helpful to your goals up before the people and leave others out. It's sort of like a baseball game in which you are both the player and the umpire. It's a game in which you call the balls and strikes and where you determine who is out and who is safe. And in the end, you determine the score and declare yourselves the winner. From where I sit, it is not the fairest process. One thing is, I think for certain, that you will not investigate yourselves in this matter. There is not much chance that you will conclude at the end of these hearings that the Boland amendments and the frequent policy changes, therefore, were unwise, or that your restrictions should not have been imposed on the executive branch. You are not likely to conclude that the administration acted properly by trying to sustain the freedom fighters in Nicaragua when they were abandoned, and you are not likely to conclude by commending the President of the United States, who tried valiantly to recover our citizens and achieve an opening with strategically vital Iran. I would not be frank with you if I did not admit that the last several months have been very difficult for me and my family. It has been difficult to be on the front pages of every newspaper in the land day after day, to be the lead story on national television day after day, to be photographed thousands of times by bands of photographers who chase us around since November just because my name arose at the hearings. It is difficult to be caught in the middle of a constitutional struggle between the executive and legislative branches over who will formulate and direct the foreign policy of this nation. It is difficult to be vilified by people in and out of this body. Some who have proclaimed that I am guilty of criminal conduct even before they heard me. Others have said that I would not tell the truth when I came here to testify, and one member asked a person testifying before this body whether he would believe me under oath. I asked when I got here, if you don't believe me, why call me at all? It has been difficult to see questions raised about my character and morality, my honesty, because only partial evidence was provided. And as I indicated yesterday, I think it was insensitive of this committee to place before the cameras my home address at a time when my family and I are under 24-hour armed guard by over a dozen government agents of the Naval Investigative Service because of fear that terrorists will seek revenge for my official acts and carry out their announced intentions to kill me. It is also difficult to comprehend that my work at the NSC, all of which was approved and carried out in the best interests of our country, has led to two massive parallel investigations staffed by over 200 people. It is mind-boggling to me that one of those investigations is criminal, and that some here have attempted to criminalize policy differences between co-equal branches of government and the executive's conduct of foreign affairs. I believe it is inevitable that the Congress will, in the end, blame the executive branch. But I suggest to you that it is the Congress which must accept at least some of the blame in the Nicaraguan freedom fighters matter. Plain and simple, the Congress is to blame because of the fickle, vacillating, unpredictable, on-again, off-again policy toward the Nicaraguan democratic resistance, the so-called Contras. I do not believe that the support of the Nicaraguan freedom fighters can be treated as the passage of a budget. I suppose if the budget doesn't get passed on time again this year, there will be inevitably another extension of a month or two. But the Contras, the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, are people, living, breathing young men and women who have had to suffer a desperate struggle for liberty with sporadic and confusing support from the United States of America. Armies need food and consistent help. They need a flow of money, of arms, clothing, and medical supplies. The Congress of the United States allowed the executive to encourage them to do battle and then abandoned them. The Congress of the United States left soldiers in the field unsupported and vulnerable to their communist enemies. When the executive branch did everything possible within the law to prevent them from being wiped out by Moscow's surrogates in Havana and Managua, you then had this investigation to blame the problem on the executive branch. It does not make sense to me. In my opinion, these hearings have caused serious damage to our national interests. Our adversaries laugh at us, and our friends recoil in horror. I suppose it would be one thing if the intelligence committees wanted to hear all of this in private and thereafter pass laws which, in the view of Congress, make for better policies or better functioning of government, but to hold them publicly for the whole world to see strikes me as very harmful. Not only does it embarrass our friends and allies with whom we have worked, many of whom have helped us in various programs, but it must also make them very wary of helping us again. I believe that these hearings, perhaps unintentionally so, have revealed matters of great secrecy in the operation of our government, and sources and methods of intelligence activities have clearly been revealed to the detriment of our security. As a result of rumor and speculation and innuendo, I have been accused of almost every crime imaginable. Wild rumors have abounded. Some media reports have suggested that I was guilty of espionage for the way I handled U.S. intelligence. Some have said I was guilty of treason and suggested in front of my 11-year-old daughter that I should be given the death penalty. Some said I stole $10 million. Some said I was second only in power to the President of the United States, and others that I condoned drug trafficking to generate funds for the Contras, or that I personally ordered assassinations, or that I was conducting my own foreign policy. It has even been suggested that I was the personal confidant of the President of the United States. These and many other stories are patently untrue. I don't mind telling you that I'm angry at what some have attempted to do to me and my family. I believe that these committee hearings will show that you have struck some blows. But I am going to walk from here with my head high and my shoulders straight because I am proud of what we accomplished. I am proud of the efforts that we made, and I am proud of the fight that we fought. I am proud of serving in the administration of a great president. I am not ashamed of anything in my professional or personal conduct. As we go through this process, I ask that you continue to please keep an open mind. Please be open-minded and able to admit that perhaps your preliminary conclusions about me were wrong. And please also, do not mistake my attitude for lack of respect. I am in awe of this great institution, just as I am in awe of the presidency. Both are equal branches of government with separate areas of responsibility under the Constitution that I have taken an oath to support and defend, and I have done so, as many of you have. And although I do not agree with what you are doing or the way that it is being done, I do understand your interest in obtaining the facts, and I have taken an oath to tell the truth in helping you to do so. In closing, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for this opportunity, I would just simply like to thank the tens of thousands of Americans who have communicated their support, encouragement, and prayers for me and my family in this difficult time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Colonel North. I wish the record to show that the panel did not amend, delete, or strike out any word or words or phrases from this opening statement. Furthermore, we did not put on testimony words which we thought were helpful to our goals and leave the rest out. I'm certain you'll agree with me, Colonel, that every word you wanted to present to the people of the United States was presented. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was, and I was not referring to my testimony, but that which preceded me, sir, about me.
Secondly, you have suggested that these hearings have disclosed matters of great secrecy in the operation of our government, and sources and methods of intelligence activities have clearly been revealed to the detriment of our national security. May I once again advise you that according to the Director of the National Security Agency, General Odom, not a single bit of classified material has been leaked by activities of this joint panel. Questioning will be resumed by Mr. Van Cleve. Mr. Van Cleve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Colonel North.
Good morning, Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, sir.
Colonel North, in your opening statement, which you just gave, you testified that you graduated from the Naval Academy in 1968. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And in 1969, did you serve on active combat duty in the Armed Forces of the United States in the Republic of Vietnam?
69, yes, correct.
And is it the case that during your service there, you were awarded a series of military citations, including 2 Purple Hearts, the Bronze Star, and the Silver Star?
I was.
And the Silver Star was awarded for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in battle, is that correct?
I believe that's the way the citation reads.
Colonel North, Robert McFarland has suggested that your Vietnam experience affected your view of the Contras and their situation in Nicaragua. Is Mr. McFarland correct about that?
Counsel, I don't believe that anyone who served in Vietnam, who saw what happened as a consequence of our efforts, when in my opinion we won all the battles and then lost the war, could ever be unaffected by that unless they were totally insensitive. I would also point out that we didn't lose the war in Vietnam. We lost the war right here in this city.
Can you tell the committee, in your opinion, sir, what are the similarities between the war in Nicaragua and the war in Vietnam?
Well, the similarities are only in terms of what I would call the geostrategic similarities, in that we had invested, rightly or wrongly, and I believe correctly, American credibility in support of democracy in South Vietnam. And the abandonment of South Vietnam in the latter days of 1974 and culminating in the disaster that followed shortly thereafter created just exactly what people said it would, the so-called domino effect of the collapse of Vietnam, the butchery of Cambodia, the communization of Laos, and a threat to that part of the world. And aside from the devastation for tens of thousands of people, the deaths of hundreds of thousands, millions in Cambodia, the only other similarity comes when you invest that same kind of credibility of this nation in the support of a democratic outcome in Central America, and then begin to walk away from it. It is my belief that what I saw in Vietnam, where I saw the Army of South Vietnam, and I saw the Vietnamese Marines, one of whom was my roommate as I went through basic school at Quantico, and who gave their lives for their country. The parallels to see that in the campesinos, the young men and women of the Nicaraguan resistance, is extraordinarily profound. Yesterday, the Attorney General of the United States authorized 200,000 Nicaraguans to remain in this country as refugees from oppression. That is but a small fraction of the refugees who have already fled Nicaragua. If historical precedent is an example, when a communist takeover occurs, between 10 and 25% of the population will flee that country and go to the next nearest democracy. And if that happens throughout Central America, from the Rio Grande to the Panama Canal, you're talking about something in the vicinity of 10 million human beings. Already 10% of the population of Nicaragua has fled. And so when I said yesterday that the Contra, the Nicaraguan democratic resistance, the young men and women who fight today in the fields of Nicaragua, were not a product of Ollie North or Director Casey or even this government. They are a product, they were raised up as an army of opposition by the Sandinistas themselves. And what I see is a very distinct parallel in terms of the way the rest of the world sees our commitment. I believe that that's the way the President saw it. That what we have happening, not as a parallel experience to Vietnam, where our commitment increases to the point where we have the commitment of American ground forces, but the fact is we have made a commitment to a democratic outcome in Central America, and a majority of both houses have consistently reported that that's what they want. There have been differences as to how that should be achieved, but once we made the commitment to support the democratic resistance, we should have made that commitment a consistent one. And as soon as we begin to back away, the rest of the world looked at us and wondered if we had lost heart. We cannot be seen, I believe, in the world today as walking away and leaving failure in our wake. We must be able to demonstrate, not only in Nicaragua, but in Afghanistan and Angola and elsewhere, where freedom fighters have been told, we will support you. We must be able to continue to do so. If we do not, we will be overwhelmed. Ultimately, we will be forced to commit American ground combat troops. This nation cannot abide the communization of Central America. We cannot have Soviet bases on the mainland of this hemisphere. And what I worked very hard to achieve was an outcome of democracy in Central America without the use of U.S. military force. There are certainly members of this body and perhaps the rest of the Congress who would feel that we should have used military force, American military force. My effort, and I believe what the President has said on it, is that the worst outcome we could have would be the consolidation of a communist client state in Nicaragua and the spread of communism throughout the region. The second worst outcome would be to have to use American forces. Marines like me and the sons of perhaps many of the members of this committee, my son, and we ought not to have to do that. We will, if it comes to that, I'm convinced. But there is an alternative, and the alternative is backing the democratic resistance in Nicaragua, a consistent program of support for democracy in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Costa Rica.
All right, sir, I need to ask you the other side of the question. What, in your view, are the differences between the war in Vietnam and the war in Nicaragua?
10,000 miles to start with. You're talking about a war that is 400 and some odd miles from our borders. You're talking about the efforts of the Soviet Union, not on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, but right here in this hemisphere. Hours. I mean, I have flown to Nicaragua in 4.5 hours. I mean, you're not talking about a day's trip like it used to be to go to Vietnam. We are talking about something right next door. That's the major difference.
I think you've already said this, but I want the record to be clear on it. Would you agree that the United States finally withdrew from Vietnam because the war effort lost the support of the American people? Isn't that correct, Colonel North?
It did.
Now, as you've said in prior testimony, in October 1984, Congress adopted an amendment that is commonly referred to as the Boland Amendment, one of a series of amendments, but it's generally agreed that the October 1984 amendment was the most restrictive form of that amendment. And I give you the date of the amendment to sort of help you place things in time, because I want to ask you a series of questions about the Soviet military position and the Soviet investment in Nicaragua as of the time when the United States decided to cut off funds to the resistance. And if you would please turn to Exhibit 212, which I believe your counsel will find in what we refer to colloquially as the big books. These are not the subject matter books, but the large exhibit books. And it's my earnest hope that you have been provided with a copy of Exhibit 212.
At this point, to advise all of you that we will have a series of votes in the United States Senate, the first at 9:30, the second at 10, and the third at 10:30. This will account for the absence of members of the Senate during this period. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, do you have a copy of Exhibit 212 in front
I
of you?
do.
All right. This exhibit, for the record, is an unclassified document. It's a Defense Intelligence Agency analysis, and the title is Nicaragua, the Military Buildup, July 1979 to 11 January 1985. In short, it covers the period roughly from the time you began your service on the National Security Council, slightly prior to that, to the period about the same time when Congress decided to cut off the funds to the resistance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you would, Colonel North, I want to make sure that the committee is properly interpreting this particular chart, so I'd like to ask you some questions about it and make sure that I understand it correctly and that the committee has proper information. I might say, by the way, just for your own reference, that this chart was used as a tab for a memorandum that you wrote at about this time, which appears in another exhibit that will be used, I think, in later examination. That's Exhibit 260. Just, again, for your reference and that of your counsel. Now, I take it what this chart shows, Colonel North, is the estimates made by the United States government of the investment by the Soviet Union in Nicaraguan military forces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that the investment is shown period by period so that the chart demonstrates what the investment is estimated to have been, say, for example, between the 1st of January 1981 and the 1st of January 1982, for example?
Yes.
And does the chart correctly show, if we turn to the column that says millions of United States dollars per period, that the investment appears to have begun in the period just prior to the beginning of the Reagan administration, ending in January 1st, 1981? And it's a small investment initially, isn't it? $6 million.
That's correct.
And within 1 year, the investment grows to an additional $40 million. Is that correct?
That is correct. I would also, just if I may, Counsel, point out that our estimates about what was happening in Nicaragua as early as August of 1979 are, at least were by the assessment of Director Casey, very poor. He viewed the earlier indications prior to the administration to be somewhat inaccurate, not because of any flaw particularly, but because the CIA was not collecting. And this is, after all, an attempt to go back post hoc and examine what actually occurred, perhaps in some cases several years earlier. But Director Casey made several times, I believe before the two intelligence committees, notice that our estimates of what was occurring in Nicaragua shortly after the revolution took power in July of 1979, all the way through the early days of the Reagan administration, to be relatively poor. He's not saying that they're necessarily wrong, but we do not have a good grasp as to when that began, but it certainly began before the Reagan administration arrived in Washington.
All right, and does the chart further show that within one additional year, the level of investment, annual investment, had grown from $40 million to $90 million?
Yes, it
Is
does.
that correct? And the force level by that point had grown to 41,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
And within an additional year, the investment had grown to $120 million. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
And within one additional year, and this is by the 1st of January 1985, the investment had grown to $250 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I did some arithmetic, and my arithmetic is that that represents a total of $506 million through that period. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Are you aware?
And I believe that's a conservative estimate, and it is military hardware alone. It does not talk about other kinds of investments.
I understand. And I might add that the chart shows that, again, by that period, the force had grown to 62,000 troops. Are you aware, Colonel North, of any intelligence available to the United States government which would suggest that there is anything inaccurate about this publicly available, unclassified Defense Intelligence Agency data?
I'm sure that there are other indications, for example, that would show the force to be actually higher. My assessment of this is, and I think it was consistent with what others were saying at the time, is that that is a conservative estimate. For example, by 1985, there were probably more than 62,000 in the active force and in the reserves and militia. Given the limited capability for collection, there are probably were by that point in time well over 62,000.
Now, I take it that this would represent the largest military force anywhere in Central America.
It is
that correct?
not only the largest in Central America, it is the largest of all Central America combined.
And I take it also represents a force larger than that currently stationed by the United States in South Korea. Is that correct?
That is correct. What it also does not show, Counsel, is the number of Soviet, East German, North Korean, PLO, Libyan, and Cuban advisors, all of whom were there early on.
To your knowledge, as of this time in early 1985, how would the level of support which the Soviets had provided in military assistance to Nicaragua compare to the level of support which the United States had given to the Contras before the Boland Amendment cutoff?
Well, it's about 50 to 1. I'm looking at a parallel. I don't have the exact figures before me, but it was considerably more by several orders of magnitude.
Now, the committee heard testimony in late May from Adolfo Calero, and Mr. Calero testified, if I recall his testimony correctly, that it was his estimate that the Sandinistas had received about $2.5 billion from the Soviet Union in total assistance. Now, this is probably both military and economic assistance, plus what had come from the Eastern Bloc and from other Western countries. And he estimated that they had received more than 100,000 tons of materials, of lethal material, from the Soviet Union. And he further estimated that the Contras had probably received about 5%, or perhaps as much, he said, as 10% of that amount of material from their allies. Does that seem to you to be an accurate assessment of the relative levels of support?
Yes, it does.
So in terms of total assistance, if the Sandinistas have received what Mr. Calero says is $2.5 billion, and what our own unclassified estimates show is about $3 billion in assistance, we've given the Contras a small fraction of that level of support so far. Is that correct?
A very small fraction.
And that was the situation, or nearly at that level of investment at the time of the Boland cutoff. Is that correct?
Yes.
What effect would the Boland cutoff then have had on the Contras if they had been left completely unassisted by private individuals in the United States?
Our assessment was that if there was not something done, beginning with the, first of all, cutoff of funds in '84 and then the proscriptions later on in the year, that within 6 to 10 months, the Nicaraguan resistance would cease to be, that they would be annihilated in the field, and that the refugee flow, which is already considerable, would probably treble, and that would have a considerable effect on the neighboring democracies. We knew at that point in time that the Command and Control Center, logistics support, and basic guidance was all for the Salvadoran communist guerrillas, known as the FMLN, derived directly from Managua. Their broadcast facilities, their command and control centers were all in Managua, and we were very concerned that the considerable investment that we had made in assisting the Salvadorans in the restoration of democracy in that country, that the Honduran democracy, which was fledgling at the time and beginning to grow, and that the democracy of long term in Costa Rica would be placed under great threat. Even more important, Counsel, is that those leaders in the region saw it the same way.
What, in your view, was the purpose of the massive Soviet investment in Nicaragua?
Well, I think the Soviets have a neat way of doing it. I'm accused of dreaming up neat things. The Soviets obviously from what they have said and every indication that we know of, are not willing to go to war over Nicaragua. And in fact, they neatly sidestep the issue, and it's a very clever use of the dialectic. They don't come out and advocate until they're absolutely certain that the revolution is going to succeed, as it did in Cuba. They don't come out and advocate a 100% commitment. What they have done is they have provided a steady and consistent and increasing level of military and economic support to Nicaragua in hopes that their revolution will succeed. And of course, the quotes of the leadership of Nicaragua show them to be truly what they are. In fact, they aren't even Marxists. They are Leninists. They believe deeply in the vanguard of the party. I mean, these are the words that Vladimir Ilyich Lenin used in 1917 and in 1918 when he was taking charge of what was going on in the Soviet Union. These are the same words that Fidel Castro used. And yet, they are always consistent when they approach us here in this country and people who think that they're agrarian reformers or that they're simply labor organizers or Democrats. They're very, very careful to stay away from those terms when they're talking with us. It's an extraordinary experience to see what's going on. The Soviets desperately want to achieve the consolidation of a Soviet client state on the mainland of this hemisphere. It will be disastrous for our foreign policy. Ultimately, it will be disastrous for our ability to respond to NATO, to keep open trade routes through the Caribbean, and could well result using Punta Huete, the largest military airfield south of the Rio Grande, or the ports at El Bluf and Corinto for Soviet naval activities, something they have never had on this hemisphere since the last Russian colony on the west coast of the United States in the 1800s.
So that, I believe you've answered the question, but so that it's clear, you're not telling us that the Soviets are a group of disinterested philanthropists who are hoping that some fellow ideological groups can succeed. They're making a military investment, aren't they, Colonel?
They are making a major military investment and an economic investment. The Soviets are outspending us in our own hemisphere about 5 to 1 in dollars alone. They have more military advisors in this hemisphere than we do, south of the Rio Grande.
Just very briefly, at some point, the Soviet Union decided to allow the Nicaraguans, the Sandinistas, to use the Hind D helicopter, and in effect, they were allowed to import a series of those helicopters. Roughly when did that occur?
Well, I'm not sure that the use of allowed. The Soviets had every intention of bringing the Hind over there. The Soviets delivered the weapon system once we had indicated that we were failing in our effort to keep the resistance going, and made an effort to use it starting, I believe, in late 1984 or early 85, the first deliveries. They achieved significant operational experience with it in Afghanistan, knew it to be a very effective counterinsurgency weapon, were using it for that purpose in Afghanistan, had used it the same way in Angola, effectively flown by Cuban pilots. Soviet technicians delivered and assembled and test flew the airplanes. Nicaraguan and Cuban pilots are flying them. It is the most devastating attack helicopter in the world today, and I am not trying to impugn any of our defense contractors, but if we can get the model, we ought to build it.
I take it it's clear from that, then, that the Soviets are willing to make available to the Sandinistas whatever type of military technology they need to win.
To win,
they have in fact done so.
I believe that the Soviets, and I think the intelligence committees and other committees have heard in open testimony, that it is, at least was when I left the administration in November, it was our assessment that the Soviets were willing to give them anything necessary to win short of provoking an American military response. And thus the Soviets appear to be reluctant to give them MiG aircraft. The Soviets have not done that. The MiG would be an extraordinary change in the balance of power in that part of the world. Today, the only really effective deterrent to the Sandinista military machine in Central America is a now effective field army in El Salvador and the Air Force in Honduras. And were the Soviets to bring the MiG in, they have been told several times directly that that was a provocation that was beyond the bounds and that we would respond. They were told that directly by officials well above my pay grade. And I think the Soviets have recognized that would be one step too far. They have walked to the edge, and they have backed their allies in Managua to the hilt. But they're not willing to provoke us into a military response.
I'd like you now, if you would, to turn to Exhibit 213. This is a document for identification for the record, commonly referred to as the San Jose Declaration. It was prepared in early March 1985, and it's my understanding, Colonel North, that you were there when this document was written. Is that correct?
Counsel, I don't want to take anything from the leaders of the Nicaraguan resistance. They are the drafters of this document. I was blessed to be with them and work on this, and with them in the course of time that this was being prepared, and several other Americans assisted them. But this is their product, and I consider it an honor to have been invited to participate in assisting them. But it's their document.
The reason I ask whether you were present is that I'm going to ask you some questions about the political background of the document, and I thought that you would then be in a position to answer those questions. I take it the San Jose Declaration was a political unity document written by the Contra leaders. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was written by people who were very uncomfortable with each other. Is that correct?
In any democracy, I think the great blessing of democracy is that there are always people who will be in contention. And one of the great things about this unity effort is there are people with differing views who are represented in this unity. And I don't think it's so much that they were personally uncomfortable with one another. They all recognized that they were in unity on one issue, and that was in opposing the communists in Managua who had seized control of their country. And that brought them together. Even though one might have one view of how the economy should work, and another one ought to have another view of how big the military ought to be, they all wanted one outcome, and that was democracy in their country. And so they had differing views, but I don't want to characterize it as that they were at each other's throats when I wasn't in the room.
I had something a little more specific in mind, Colonel North. It's my understanding that some of the leaders who participated in drafting this document served in the Sandinista leadership and had actually participated in confiscating the property of some of the other Contra leaders with whom they were sitting in the same room drafting this document. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's a pretty remarkable thing, isn't it, that they were able to sit down and draft a unity document together, isn't it?
It is indeed.
And this document was intended as a peace offer to the Sandinista government. Is that correct?
That is correct, and it was tendered as such.
And what the resistance leadership did was to agree to a political program that they would tender to the Sandinistas as a peace offer. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Let's take a look at this declaration and see what kind of an offer the Contra leadership made to the Sandinista government. And this is in March 1985, now about 3.5 or 4 months, I guess, after the Bowen Amendment was passed.
That's correct.
If you look at the first page of the document, down toward the bottom, I guess it would be the second full paragraph before the end of the first page. It starts, "In conclusion, the national crisis we face did not grow out of a confrontation between imperialism and the revolution, as the Sandinista front pretends, but out of the contradictions which emerge from the clash between democratic expectations of the Nicaraguan people and the imposition of a totalitarian system, such as that which is being implanted in our country by the Sandinista front." Now, what I want to ask you, Colonel North, is that what the Contra leadership honestly believed to be the case? Was that their view of what was happening in Nicaragua at that time?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, turning to the next page of the document, there is a section called Common Aspirations. And the document then lists a series of items that are part of the peace proposal that describe the political program of the Contra leadership for the people of Nicaragua. And I note, if you look down toward the bottom of the page, the first element, A, is, it says, in order to carry out the foregoing, the following is required. And it starts, to recognize the primacy of civilian society with respect to the state. Now that's basically the principle on which this country is founded, isn't it?
Yes, it is, individual liberty.
And the Contra leadership believed that as well, and that's what they wanted for Nicaragua. Is that correct?
That is indeed.
And the second principle, full respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of expression, assembly, religion, and education.
All of which are denied in Managua today.
And that's what the Contra leadership actually wanted for the people of Nicaragua, correct?
It is.
I notice that point G is freedom to organize, this is on the next page, Colonel North, freedom to organize unions. And I take it that that's something that's also denied in Nicaragua today, is that correct?
Oh, you can be in a union in Nicaragua today, the state-controlled, state-operated, state-managed, state-directed unions.
But you can't be in a union that is like an American union, can you?
Oh, no. But you can't in any communist society.
So is it fair to say, Colonel North, that the San Jose Declaration was an honest and complete statement of the political program of the Contra leadership as it was presented to the Nicaraguan people at that time?
Yes, and just like our own Declaration of Independence and our own Constitution, which we celebrate the bicentennial year of this year, it was hammered out in compromise and with differing views by men who all sought a common purpose. And I think that's important. They have been mischaracterized in many cases by a very effective propaganda apparatus of the Soviets and the Cubans and the Nicaraguans, in some cases supported by Americans, an American public relation firm which works for the Sandinista government. And the fact is that this was hammered out the same way as the founders of our own Constitution did, in a hot, sweaty room with differing opinions, and it was something to be part of this. And I mean that, I get a little emotional about it, perhaps, more so than perhaps some thought I should have. But when the President of the United States referred to the similarities between the Nicaraguan resistance and our own founding fathers, he meant that. He knew what this document represented. And it means a lot. And it was truly an effort to arrive at an amicable conclusion to a bloody war inside that country. And it was a war of liberation. And it still is a war of liberation. And these men made those kinds of compromises just like the men who gathered in Philadelphia did 200 years ago. And that is, after all, the essence of democracy.
Would you turn to Exhibit 214, please? Now, I need to ask you about this document, Colonel North, because it was published by the government of Nicaragua shortly after the San Jose Declaration. For the record, this is an opinion piece written by the Nicaraguan ambassador to the United States, Carlos Tunnerman Bernheim, and it was published in the Washington Post on March 30th, 1985, and it's entitled, "We Will Never Negotiate with the Contras." And I need to ask you about some of the statements made in this editorial, because they purport to be factual statements by the ambassador. And I want to find out how accurate they are. If you would look first at the first paragraph, the first numbered paragraph of this editorial. And Ambassador Bernheim says, when he's explaining why we will never negotiate with the Contras, which apparently is the stated position of the Nicaraguan government, he says, number one, the Contras are led by officers of the hated Guardia Nacional, the main prop of the Somoza dictatorship that brutalized the Nicaraguan people for more than 40 years until our Sandinista revolution threw them out in July 1979. Now, is that an accurate statement or not, Colonel North?
No, but I don't think we should expect accuracy in media from the folks in Managua.
I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, Colonel North. I just asked you whether or not you thought it was an accurate statement.
No, I do not believe it to be accurate.
And would you say specifically why not?
Well, because much of the leadership of the Nicaraguan resistance, even in the largest of the groups opposing the Sandinistas, are composed of former Sandinistas themselves. Two of the three principal members of the leadership of the United Nicaraguan Opposition, which came from the San Jose Declaration, two of the three of them were former Sandinistas themselves. So the fact is that the leadership of the Nicaraguan resistance are comprised of real Nicaraguans, not members of the Somoza Guard. There are indeed members of the former National Guard who are a part of the Nicaraguan resistance, and they are Nicaraguan.
And this is a particularly, I think, important statement by the ambassador. He says, the Contras are terrorists whose attacks are directed primarily against our civilian population. Now, is that true or not, Colonel North, based on your experience?
No, it is not. And major efforts were made, certainly when I was involved as I have admitted to the committee, in discussing military activities with them. The efforts were made when the CIA was engaged with them, and I'm sure that they are being made now to focus on those kinds of targets which are principally military and principally those things that will avoid civilian casualties. And there's a very real reason for that. No guerrilla army can ever survive if it alienates the civilian population. The Nicaraguan resistance grew from about 6,000 to over 16,000 during the period of time in which I was their principal point of contact. And the reason it grew is because it enamored the Nicaraguan people of a solution to the problem of communism. In other words, the resistance couldn't and wouldn't have survived had it done the kinds of things that Ambassador Tuneman has described here.
Turning to numbered paragraph 3, and I think probably this is the last relatively specific allegation or statement by the ambassador. The ambassador says, the Contras are not an indigenous rebel group, but a collection of mercenaries recruited, paid, armed, and directed by the CIA, and they would cease to exist without U.S. support. Is that correct or not?
That is absolutely incorrect. The Contras, the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance, the freedom fighters, are indeed Nicaraguan. In fact, there are far fewer foreign, that is American or other Western democratic advisors with the Nicaraguan resistance than there ever were with the Sandinistas themselves. The Sandinistas came to power with the direct support of Cuba and the Soviet Union. The Sandinistas could not have arrived in Managua without that support. They would not have arrived there without it. And they could not sustain themselves there without continuing it today.
I'd like now to turn to another line of questioning. Before I do, let me just very briefly summarize your testimony to this point and see if I have it accurately. You've testified that during the period from 1979 through the beginning of 1985, the Soviet military and economic investment in Nicaragua outstripped by a factor of at least 5 to 1 any investment made by the United States in supporting the Contras. You further testified as to the outlines of the political program of the Contra leadership based on your personal knowledge and conversations with that leadership. And you've finally testified about the nature of the Contra forces and their activities in trying to support their opposition to the Sandinista regime. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like now to turn to the Boland Amendment itself, Colonel North. And obviously this is one of the key issues before the committee. And you testified yesterday about it to a certain extent. And I know that you're not a lawyer. And you probably feel fortunate about that. And I think I could probably understand why.
I have developed a fond rapport for lawyers, certain of them,
And I make that statement, Colonel North, because I want to preface my questions with a clear understanding that I am not going to ask you for your legal opinion. I'm going to ask you for your understanding about things at the time as they were. Now, yesterday you testified that you believed that you and the people you had worked with in the government had made every effort to comply with the Boland Amendment. Is that correct?
I believe we did.
And what I want to do is I want to find out as best I can, and again at about the same period of time, say early to mid-1985, exactly what it was you thought that you personally, as a member of the NSC staff, were prohibited from doing by the Boland Amendment. Because I've reviewed your testimony yesterday, and it's not entirely clear to me. So you knew that there were restrictions being imposed on the government by the Boland Amendment, but what was your understanding of the restrictions that applied to your activity as a member of the NSC staff?
My understanding was that, first of all, we were to work to comply with Boland, and that we were to work to keep alive the Nicaraguan resistance. Second, I did not view, nor did my superiors view, that the National Security Council staff was covered by Boland. There were people who were concerned about that, and we sought and obtained legal advice to the effect that it was not. Not the least of those was Director Casey.
Did you ever get any kind of a written legal opinion from Director Casey on that point?
I don't recall. We may have, and if I did, it would have been left in my files, I suppose.
Can you tell the committee whether you ever obtained any other written legal advice on that specific question of the coverage of the Boland Amendment?
There was
for the NSC?
There was a legal opinion provided by counsel to the Intelligence Oversight Board.
Any other opinions? Either way, yeah, either taking the position that the NSC was covered or taking the position that it was not covered,
well,
that you can recall.
Certainly we had many newspaper articles at the time that no U.S. government support whatsoever of any kind, et cetera, could be provided. There were lots of so-called legal scholars who provided that kind of advice to the media. I had discussions with I'm trying to remember, excuse me. I had discussions with Mr. John Norton Moore of the American Bar Association on a number of occasions.
About this subject?
Yes. He clearly did not view this to be, first, he did not view Boland to be constitutional within the framework of the Constitution. Second of all, he did not think it applied to the NSC. And there were several other lawyers who felt the same way. The bottom line of it is we looked at that as saying that very clearly the CIA could not use its appropriated monies for this, and we couldn't use DOD monies for these purposes, but very clearly Boland did not proscribe the National Security Council from being the point of contact, the coordinator, whatever.
Yesterday you were asked about Exhibit 109, Colonel North, which is a letter from Robert McFarland to Congressman Michael Barnes, dated September 12, 1985. And I hope that your counsel has the exhibit before him at the witness table.
Which book?
I think probably in the large set of exhibit books.
What's the number, Counsel?
109.
Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that Mr. McFarland's letter appears at a minimum to accept the view that NSC expenditures must comply with the Boland Amendment?
It appears to, yes. My understanding of that at the time was we were talking about taking a hunk of the NSC budget and going out to buy guns with it. And obviously we weren't going to do that.
Did you discuss that specific question of NSC coverage with Mr. McFarland at the time the letter was being drafted?
I honestly don't recall. And I admitted yesterday that this is a misleading, evasive, and
I understand that's not where I'm headed at present. I just wanted to know whether or not you and Mr. McFarland had in fact discussed this question at the time.
well, at the time of the letter, I don't believe we did, but almost well over a year before, when I became engaged as the point of contact, if you will, for the resistance.
Right.
I mean, we had looked at where we were heading. We had already seen drafts of various pieces of legislation coming down and looked at the fact that the NSC was not proscribed by those statutes or resolutions.
Okay. Again, to your knowledge, Colonel North, the Boland Amendment is not a criminal statute, is it?
Certainly not.
And the reason I ask you that question is that it is not a statute. It's a statute that's intended to control the relations between the executive branch and Congress where the spending of taxpayer funds is concerned. Is that right?
I understood Boland to be an appropriations measure.
Right.
In other words, here's monies, and here's what you can and cannot do with those monies.
Right. Now, you said in your opening statement words to the effect that the NSC itself is the direct personal arm of the President in advising the President, coordinating, and thereby directing the execution of the foreign policy of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So your actions with respect to the Contras represented the direct implementation of the policy of the President on these sensitive foreign policy issues, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you were directly carrying out the foreign policy of the President and working with the Contras, it would be necessary to show that Congress intended to interfere with the President's carrying out of his foreign policy before it could be shown that you were violating the Boland Amendment, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And it's clear, isn't it, that when Congress wants to control the President's conduct in a statute like this, especially in foreign policy, it usually says so explicitly.
Yes.
In fact, since the NSC was created in 1947, no significant change in its operations has been made by Congress without explicit mention of the NSC, has it?
That's correct.
And it's also clear, isn't it, that if Congress told the President he could not ask foreign countries or private individuals for financial or other official assistance for the Contras, there would be serious doubt about whether Congress had exceeded its constitutional power, correct?
If you're asking for my opinion, I think there is no doubt. If the Congress had passed such a measure, it would clearly, in my opinion, be unconstitutional.
And you're basing that, at least in part, on your conversation with John Norton Moore of the University of Virginia Law School, is that correct?
And others. Marines can read. I'm just telling you that we went to some lengths to look at these things.
I understand. Now, the Boland Amendment wasn't intended to prevent the transfer of basic intelligence information to the Contras, was it?
No.
And this was, in fact, by far the principal form of assistance rendered to the Contras by United States government officials at your request during this period, wasn't it? The transfer of basic intelligence information.
Yes. And we're talking specifically of the two principal government officials, three perhaps, with whom I was in touch. That was, to my knowledge, the only real substance of what they did.
I understand. And as part of your job, you were expected to know in detail exactly what the Contras were doing, both politically and militarily, weren't you?
I tried to, yes.
There's nothing in the Boland Amendment that was intended to prohibit that, is there?
No.
The Boland Amendment can also be read to allow general, strategic military advice as opposed to advice on specific operations and tactics, can it?
Yes.
And the military advice that you gave was in fact limited to that type of general strategic advice, wasn't it?
Yes. I want to clarify one thing, and I think I owe at least Chairman Hamilton, because I did appear before your committee, and I did mislead your committee. But I want to reiterate again that I never did sit down in the battlefield and sit and plan a specific tactical operation with them. That I did provide as much as I was able and as oft as I was able the kind of broader strategic advice that I thought was appropriate to the circumstances. On a number of occasions, I addressed issues that I thought were important to them, that they could not or should not attack certain types of targets, because it would indeed have the effect of alienating the population. And to my knowledge, they made efforts to abide by that kind of advice. It was certainly not given as direction or specific, you must do this, but to simply say, here's what needs to be done. Here's how the training ought to be done. We even published a first draft of a code of conduct for the forces while they were down there during the period of time that the Boland proscriptions obtained. And although I did mislead your committee when I appeared before it, I want to reiterate at least that part of it, that was done in good faith. And the whole effort to open the Southern Front was done with that same kind of good faith effort to the resistance.
The Boland Amendment, as far as you know, is not intended to control the conduct of private citizens, is it?
There is nothing in the Boland, any of the Boland proscriptions, to my knowledge, that refers to them.
So it doesn't prevent private citizens from raising money or contributing money to the Contras, does it?
Nor do I believe it could.
Now, do I understand correctly that you gave a number of speeches to people who were interested in the problem in Nicaragua? Is that correct?
Yes, and I would point out, counsel, that I not only gave that to proponents, I also gave that same speech to opponents.
And do I understand correctly that at least at one point you developed a slideshow that went with that presentation?
I did.
And to your knowledge, does the slideshow, let me step back here, if the committee wanted to find out what in substance you were telling these groups of people who were for or against the President's Contra policy, one good way of doing that would be to look at that slideshow, wouldn't it?
I would welcome the opportunity to at least show the first of the two punches that I've been accused of delivering.
And to your knowledge, Colonel, where are those slides today?
My knowledge is that they were left behind in my office, and Lord only knows where they are now.
See, but for all you know, they may still be there.
They could be.
And if the committees wanted to obtain them, they would simply have to make a request for that.
Counsel advises me that they are still there.
I see. And again, so if the committees wanted to obtain them, they're unclassified, and we would simply have to ask for them.
Yes, there are several slides in the presentation which were declassified reconnaissance aircraft photographs, some of which have already been published in various publications put out by the State and Defense Department.
Okay.
But they're all unclassified, yes.
At this point, so there will be no misunderstanding. When the committee submitted the requests for documents, we requested everything. We did not exclude anything. If those slides were in the possession of the executive branch, they had to give it to us. So I don't want the impression to be left that this panel excluded certain documents and accepted only those that we needed or wanted. And I'm certain counsel is well aware of this.
Mr. Chairman, may I just say for the record that, of course, I did not intend to suggest otherwise. I believe these slides may have been recently located, and it is obviously a matter of inadvertence. I simply wanted to confirm for the record that the slides were in fact available.
Mr. Lyman?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe it was a matter of inadvertence. I think the record is clear that because Colonel North chose to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, we did not have information either from Mr. Colonel North or his counsel until recently. And his counsel brought to our attention listed last week, and as a result of that information that he brought to our attention, we were able to locate them. But we and the NSC and the FBI and all the other agencies that have been going through documents have been doing it without the guidance of the author.
Just so the record is straight here, Mr. Chairman, if I might. We understand that those slides have been available at the White House. since Colonel North left there. And they've been sitting over there, and they're presently in the possession, I believe, of White House counsel staff. When it came time for Colonel North to be given the documents that the committee had, we requested that he be given his slides. The committee stated that it did not have the slides. We made a half a dozen insistent requests to the committee. We said they must exist, go and find them. And in fact, out of that process, they were found. They exist over there at the White House. And if you've made a request for everything at the White House and it's been pending for some months, then they were there and they weren't given. I suspect it's just inadvertence, and no one's to blame for the problem. And I certainly hope that the assertion of one's constitutional right to remain silent cannot be grounds for fault, Mr. Lyman.
Well, I just didn't want the record to show that we had excluded those slides and intentionally not requested that. If I may, through this means, I am now officially requesting the White House to forthwith send those slides to the joint panel.
I might add, Mr. Chairman, that we made the same insistent request with respect to tape recordings. And I think that as a result of our request to the committee has gone back to the White House and has found tape recordings made by Colonel North during the course of his work.
Mr. Sullivan, you're correct.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, you're familiar with the Neutrality Act, aren't you?
Well, I hope you're not going to ask me to quote it, but yes, I know what it pertains to.
Basically, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, the Neutrality Act prohibits the organization of military expeditions from the United States against other countries with whom we're at peace, correct?
Correct.
And you and General Secord, let me ask you, is this your testimony that you and General Secord scrupulously tried to comply with the Neutrality Act in setting up and running the Contra resupply operation?
Absolutely.
Did you ever request, direct, or otherwise participate in the shipment of arms from the United States to Central America as part of the covert Contra resupply operation?
Never.
I take it then that any report in a publication such as the recent report in the Washingtonian magazine suggesting that there were in fact arms shipments from Dulles Airport under false manifest is, to your knowledge, untrue.
I have not read the Washingtonian report, and I don't read most of the news about myself. But I will tell you absolutely categorically, there was never a single bullet, rifle, any piece of ordnance that I know of that was shipped from the United States of America as a part of the covert operation that I was coordinating or managing or directing. I will tell you also that when I was alerted by one of our people working on this project that there was to be a shipment from a U.S. airfield, not a military field, but a civilian field, I alerted the Customs Department and I alerted the FBI to it. We scrupulously avoided breaking any U.S. law. We made every effort to comply not only with Boland, but with the Arms Export Control Act and what I thought were sanctions against solicitation. We made every effort to comply with the law.
Colonel North, I don't want to ask you to repeat your testimony of yesterday afternoon, but I believe that you did admit that correspondence with Congress that you drafted together with Robert McFarland in 1985 and 1986 was misleading.
It was indeed.
You've also admitted that you altered some of the documents in which you most clearly described your role and Mr. McFarland's role in assisting the Contras. Is that correct?
I did.
I take it you intended to mislead the Congress.
I did.
If you weren't violating the Boland Amendment, why was it necessary?
I want to first of all say that I'm not justifying that either. I happen to have very high regard for Chairman Hamilton, and any of the things that I have said about leaks from the Congress, I did not mean to impugn Congressman Hamilton or Senator Inouye. What I was concerned about, and I think my superiors were concerned about, is the fact that we had lives at risk. We had a program at great risk. I do not believe that there ought to be circumstances in which people like myself have to make judgments over lives or lies. And as I advocated back in June a year ago, I think that we need to have some kind of process by which the executive can, in and of itself, discreetly prepare to talk to discrete members of Congress about what should be done. We, after all, have to go to the Congress to get appropriated funds if we're to conduct covert operations as they are currently specified in the National Security Act and Hughes-Ryan, and by Executive Order 12333. We have to come to the Congress to get those monies. What I am suggesting, gentlemen, is that the process has not worked. It has been indiscreet at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. And I am not justifying what I did, except to say to you that if I had divulged what I was doing, if Mr. McFarland had divulged what I was doing, many, many lives were at stake.
I'd like to move on now to questions concerning the Iran initiative. And I'd like to begin by asking you some questions about terrorism and the government's actions toward terrorism as background for your involvement in the Iran initiative itself. Colonel North, can you define terrorism for us?
We went through a great effort in the Vice President's task force to come up with a definition of terrorism. I have been described as a terrorist by people outside this country. It was written up that way in Izvestia, I believe. Terrorism is in itself acts of violence or threats of violence perpetrated in such a way as to cause some kind of political outcome absent what one would consider to be an act of a declaration of war. Most often those are acts of hostage-taking or of brutality designed to influence the political process in a particular country. We see acts of terrorism like the kidnapping of President Duarte's daughter, designed to influence his policies toward the FMLN communist guerrillas. You see acts of brutality in Europe at the Rome and Vienna airport perpetrated by Abu Nidal, the one who's threatened to kill me, designed to intimidate American tourists from traveling to Europe and even affect the economic situation and the willingness of Americans to feel that they can travel anywhere as they should. We have been blessed in this country that we have not seen the kind of terrorism that has been so rampant in the Middle East and in Europe. We have been blessed because, for whatever reason, even in the days of the late 60s and early 70s, when there was great political dissension in this country, Americans, by their very nature, thank God, don't believe in those kinds of activities. And so even though there were groups of people who would like to have done more than they did, they were brought to justice and turned in most often by plain old Americans who pick up the phone and call the police or the FBI. We also have, I think, need to be concerned about the future in terrorism. We have to this point not had our schoolhouses captured by terrorists as they have in the Netherlands, or trains stopped on the tracks or blown up, or our power stations disabled like they are in El Salvador. One of the trends that people ought to look at is the fact that there were more terrorist acts against Americans in this hemisphere in the last few years than there were in the Mideast. A dramatic change in trend. It is coming closer to home, and we need to be wary of that. We need to be concerned that if we don't find a way to address the terrorist threat at arm's distance, we'll be dealing with it when it's right in our face.
Would it be fair to say that terrorism uses means which we would usually define as criminal to achieve military or political ends? And these means would include murder, kidnapping, theft, and deception. Is that correct?
Exactly.
What has been the general policy of the United States toward terrorism while you served on the NSC staff?
Well, our general policy was to assist others in dealing with the problem and to take active steps to neutralize terrorists where they were, to prevent the terrorist act if you could, and to respond to a terrorist act if it had already occurred.
Have United States government resources been increased or redirected to combat terrorism
Yes,
during
the-
your tenure on the NSC? If so,
Yeah.
how?
Yes, there has been a significant increase in funding for, first of all, protective measures against terrorism, and second of all, to enable us to respond more effectively to a terrorist act once it's started. And basically, that's what you're left with when you get all done with it. If you can't convince those who sponsor terrorism to desist from their support, then you are left in either protecting yourself close in or in reaching out to prevent and deter the act or respond to it when it's happened. And we have devoted considerably more resources to that end during the Reagan administration than before, and with good reason, I believe.
Now, I want to ask you about two specific terrorist incidents, and I want to do that for the specific purpose of providing the committee with some background about developments prior to the beginning of the Iran initiative in roughly the middle of 1985. So what I'd like to ask you to do is to briefly describe these circumstances for the committee, and then I'm going to have some very specific questions for you about some of these events. Could you briefly describe for the committee, please, the TWA 847 hijacking, and take the committee through the hijacking, how it was handled by the government, and whatever cooperation our government sought from other governments during that hijacking?
Well, Mr. Van Cleve, I want to do that in such a way that we don't injure sensitivities elsewhere, but very briefly, when the TWA aircraft was hijacked, we immediately took steps to improve the security situation at the point in, where the aircraft was actually hijacked, that country's airports. We immediately took steps to see if we could, in some way, rescue the hostages. Perhaps stop the aircraft at one of the points where it flitted back and forth across the Middle East. By the time the aircraft landed in Beirut, we would run basically out of options in between. We took a number of diplomatic initiatives with other countries, with the government of Lebanon, and with those that we thought had influence over the captors. I would like to point out that the Shia fundamentalist terrorists who perpetrated that act are but a small portion of those kinds of people around the rest of the world. And I am not talking just about the Middle East, but I am talking about places like the Philippines and Indonesia and the Far East, where Shia fundamentalists appear to have a certain allegiance, if not philosophically, then politically, with the Iranian government. We took steps secretly, diplomatically, to see if there was something that could be done to achieve leverage with the captors. And it was a protracted ordeal. We did not get the cooperation that we had hoped for from various Middle Eastern leaders. And ultimately, the solution was found in dealing with one of them who acted to achieve the release of all but a handful. Right at the very end of it, when there was only a small number of Americans still held separately, we intervened with another power, asked them to intervene with a senior Iranian official. They did so, and the hostages were all released. We were never able to gain direct access to the captors themselves. I think one of the things that's unfortunate is that we have somehow articulated a policy of no negotiations with terrorists. I never wrote a single directive for the President's signature or a single memorandum for coordination within our government that had those words in it. We do not make concessions to terrorists, but we will talk to anybody, anywhere, anytime, any place, on any issue. And that is very important that it be articulated that way. And I don't think we should ever get ourselves in a position where we say, we won't talk to you. There isn't a police force in this country. The FBI itself trains what they call hostage negotiators. We have experts at that at the Central Intelligence Agency. And one of them who I knew well flitted all over the globe every time we had one of these circumstances occur in trying to establish a contact and a dialogue and, yes, a negotiation without making concessions. And that's important. We should be willing to talk to anybody. We cannot have Americans blown off airplanes or blown up in airports just because somebody thinks we won't talk. We do have a policy of no concessions, and we ought to. But we ought to be willing to talk.
You've confirmed part of the information that I had intended to try and elicit, and I'm particularly interested in your comments with respect to the participation of the Iranian government. Is it fair to say that they were, in fact, significantly involved in resolving the TW-847 hijacking?
Yes.
Is it also correct, as has been reported, that during that hijacking, the United States and Israel reached a new level of what I guess I'd describe as cooperation in the mechanics of the hijacking? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there was consideration given during that hijacking to joint either military or covert operations for the first time?
Counsel, I'm uncertain as to how much further we should go on this issue.
Colonel, I'm
in
looking
open
just for a
session.
yes or no answer.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, that hijacking started on June 14th, 1985. And as the committee will know, that is approximately the same period of time during which United States government and Israeli officials began to discuss the Iran initiative itself. Is that a fair statement?
It is within that time frame.
The second operation that I wanted to ask you about in some detail, Colonel North, was the seajacking of the Achille Lauro, which began, as I understand it, on the 7th of October 1985, when shortly before 9 o'clock in the morning, a group of Palestinians burst into the ship dining room and began firing at the passengers in order to take over the ship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And could you take the narrative from there and just briefly describe the circumstances, again focusing on the diplomatic efforts that were made to deal with the situation and whatever steps our government took to resolve the matter?
Well, again, without divulging classified information, the terrorists shortly thereafter murdered Mr. Leon Klinghoffer, an American citizen. We became aware through intelligence that the ship was headed for a port. We importuned the government of that country not to let the ship in.
The committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes. The hearing will please come to order. I wish to advise the audience that this panel will not tolerate demonstrations. Before proceeding, I wish the record to be clear that the committees do not believe that the White House or the National Security Council withheld any tapes or slides called for by our requests. In fact, I understand that the White House did not have the tapes until a few days ago and immediately provided access to us and Colonel North. Further, as soon as the counsel for the colonel brought the slides to our attention, we brought them to the attention of the National Security Council. The slides were later located by the White House, and we were called and notified of its location, and access was immediately made. And in response to my request of this morning, the White House has called and agreed to provide temporary custody of the slides to the committee. Our staff will work out the details, and I wish to officially thank the National Security Council for its prompt response and cooperation. Furthermore, on May the 5th, 1987, at the opening session of these hearings, I said the following, and I believe this represents the official understanding of the members of the panel. Let it be clear that our concern in this inquiry is not with the merits of any particular policy, but with flawed policymaking processes. Our hearings are neither pro-Contra nor anti-Contra. I would hope that in our questioning and in our responses we will keep that in mind. Mr. Van Cleve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, I believe that when the committee recessed, you had begun to describe the circumstances surrounding the seajacking of the Achille Laurel. Would you please proceed?
As I recall, we had indication that the ship was to pull into a certain port. We, through a series of diplomatic overtures, importuned that country not to allow the ship to be received into port, and it did not. It then proceeded on to Egypt. When the ship pulled into port, the initial indications were that the terrorists were allowed to immediately depart. We, however, had intelligence to the contrary, and our special purpose forces in the region initially headed home, were then returned to Sigonella as we found the aircraft with the terrorists aboard headed from Egypt to Libya. The aircraft was intercepted by the United States Navy, principally because we had some very, very real-time intelligence. We knew the aircraft flight number, the path it was on, the tail number, and practically everything that was in it. I would like to acknowledge that this could not have happened without Admiral Poindexter's very, very quick response, the assistance of Admiral Art Moreau, who at the time was the special assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or the very real courage of our special purpose unit that was on the ground just moments before the aircraft landed in Italy. And in particular, the leader of that group, Major General Steiner, who heroically, without firing a shot, apprehended the terrorists. They were turned over to Italian authorities, and all but one of them is jailed there now. The leader of the group, Abu Abbas, was allowed to leave the country. We made efforts to prevent that from happening. Nonetheless, he did escape, and we still seek him for the murder of an American citizen.
I have a couple of specific questions for you, Colonel North, about the manner in which the government responded to that seajacking. The first question is, did there come a time when the government relied on the assistance provided by another government in order to make sure that it could execute the tracking and force down of the plane carrying the hijackers?
Yes, it did. We could not have done this operation without the very, very real, direct, and immediate assistance of the government of Israel.
And is it also the case, Colonel North, that after the incident was essentially concluded, a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee inadvertently revealed to the press and to the public sensitive intelligence information in his possession?
That is true.
And was that damaging to our security?
It was.
Now, I want to turn, Colonel North, to the Iran initiative itself. And I'd like to begin with some questions about the diversion of funds. I'm advised that I'm still too close to the mic. I want to make sure that you can hear me, but I seem to have a problem with the TV technicians. As described in Exhibit 1, the mechanism used for the creation of the diversion of funds to the Contras, or the residual as you termed it, was that arms would be sold to Richard Secord, and then Richard Secord would sell them in turn to Iran. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why was Richard Secord used as a middleman for these transactions?
Well, we tried to establish a mirror image of what the Israelis had done in their earlier transactions, first of all. Second of all, we were trying to provide a plausibly deniable link directly back to the U.S. government. And it was accepted that he could provide that kind of deniability. The effort was made, in other words, so that the hand of the government of the United States was not showing in this action. Are you talking about in the transaction itself, or are you talking
Yes.
about in the use of the
No.
residuals?
In the transaction itself.
That is why he was put in that position.
Is it your testimony that no other individual could have fulfilled that role?
Not at all. I mean, if you wanted a plausibly deniable link, we could have used any number of people who were outside the U.S. government. The fact is, he had been brought into this thing in November when I had basically sought him out for assistance in the Israeli Hawk transfer. And since he was already there, the decision was made to leave him in it because he was now aware of something that was going on that was very, very sensitive. There's no point in broadening it further than we had to.
Now, General Secord basically provided transportation services to the United States. Is that correct?
In which role that General Secord?
In his role as a middleman for the Iran arms transaction?
Yes.
Wouldn't the commercially reasonable thing for the United States government to do have been to pay General Secord a fee for his transportation and leave it at that?
I'm not
Put it to you
certain.
another way, Colonel North, isn't that what the government would normally do when it wanted to move material from point A to point B? Hire a mover, pay the mover's fee, and leave it at that?
Well,
Why
that's
wasn't that done here?
Well, this whole thing was being conducted with someone else's monies. There was no U.S. government money involved in this activity. In fact, the U.S. government made money in this transaction.
Okay. Now, you testified yesterday that when you met, and I think this may have been for the first time, with Manicur Kurbanifar in Europe, you expressed strong reservations to him about proceeding with the type of transaction that we've just described. And you told the committee why you had those reservations. And you further told us that Kurbanifar offered to make it worth your while to forget about those reservations. Is that correct?
That is correct. I want to correct one thing. I did not wish to leave the impression that was the first time I had met Mr. Kurbanifar. I had met him on at least one other occasion when he was here in the United States.
Right. Okay, I appreciate the correction. My question is, weren't you in a situation where you were trading off the achievement of the goals of the Iran Arms Initiative for the achievement of your goals for the support of the Contras in accepting his offer to make it worth your while?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Counsel. When you say trading off one for the other, my sense was we were able to accomplish both. In other words, when the suggestion was made, and I described it yesterday as what I considered to be a good idea, that we not only were going to achieve the strategic breakthrough with Iran, possibly end the Iran-Iraq war, get our hostages back, but we could also in that same instance find a way to support the Nicaraguan resistance. So I did not see it as one or the other, that we'd be able to do all of them.
What financial risks did General Secord take in these transactions?
Well, you'd have to ask General Secord specifically, but there obviously was a risk that you could lose someone else's aircraft, since we were using borrowed, uninsured airplanes. There was always a requirement that we had to insure every aircraft, that what I call self-insure, or what Langley refers to as self-insurance. The expectation that the aircraft is lost, it belongs to someone else, it has to be paid for. That's just one example. There was obviously death gratuities to pilots and who were Americans. Even though the aircraft belonged to other countries, the pilots were always American.
What would have happened if the weapons themselves had been lost in transit? Whose problem was that?
Well, it was certainly, let us say, under the very worst of circumstances, the aircraft went down with everything aboard, and there were no survivors. It would have been the commercial entity which had actually done the charter work, which was one of General Secord's private commercial activities, which would have had to defray all of those expenses.
Including the value of the weapons? Is that your testimony?
Because furthermore, the weapons had already been paid for to the United States. Before we ever took possession, or before General Secord ever took possession of a single part or tow, the government was paid for those items.
What other financial, entrepreneurial risks did General Secord bear in these transactions, if any?
Well, when we say these transactions, as I described yesterday, I initially involved General Secord only in the Nicaraguan resistance. And then I asked him to further involve himself.
I can be more precise, Colonel, and I'm happy to be more precise. I mean specifically the Iran arms sales that occurred in February, May, and October 1986. What other types of financial, entrepreneurial risks did General Secord bear in those transactions, if any?
Well, the companies that had been established, some of them had to be opened and closed or put back on the shelf. All of that cost money. We ended up buying a ship for the purpose of supporting this activity and several others. There were costs to be borne by, as I understood it, in dealing with the Iranians themselves. That there were people who were accepting monies and asked for, I heard one of them ask specifically to Ghorbanifar that an account be established for him, an Iranian government official. And I know that those arrangements were being made for others.
Are we talking about substantial amounts of money?
I do not know the amounts. I believe them to be substantial.
Any other risks that General Secord bore, financial, entrepreneurial risks in these transactions?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of any right now.
Now, in response to questions that Mr. Niels asked you yesterday, you described an extensive process of legal review that the United States government undertook between November 17th, 1985 and January 17th, 1986 in order to properly structure the Iran arms sales transactions. Is that correct?
I'm not tracking completely, Counsel. You're talking about between November 17th,
85 and January 17th, 1986. You described a process, and this is simply a predicate for the next question, but you described a process in which there were extensive consultations between yourself, the Department of Defense, CIA in an effort to make sure that the future sales, in fact, complied with the law.
That is indeed correct.
Did it ever occur to you at the time that anyone might later suggest that since the weapons were United States weapons, the proceeds of the sales were United States funds?
Never.
Never occurred to anyone involved in the planning of these transactions that that might be a problem?
No, and in fact, the specific indication I had, counsel, was that the government of the United States would charge what it thought it was owed for those weapons. And somehow there may be a perception that I somehow influenced the price downward. That is not the case. Every effort was made to determine what the proper price should be. And when we discuss things this evening, we can talk about the status of some of those weapons, of what would have become of them otherwise, at least as I was told. And it was not an issue of replacement value that was ever raised with me. That was never an issue. I was always told that here is the current cost or current value of those weapons. That was passed to the Central Intelligence Agency, who in turn passed it to me. I passed it to General Secord, and that amount was transferred through whose ever account, whether it be Israeli, as I first thought it was, or Gorbani Far, but eventually to General Secord, and then to the CIA, and then to the Pentagon. And so no one ever raised with me the suggestion that there was any more money due the U.S. government.
Can you tell the committee whether or not you ever informed any of the people in the departments or agencies with whom you were dealing that in fact somebody would be collecting a whole lot more money for these weapons than the United States government was going to get during that same period of time?
Director Casey knew well, and I believe that anyone else who was in receipt of the intelligence at that point in time knew well. Admiral Poindexter knew well. I mean, they all knew that there were monies. The DOD charged $500 for something that was eventually being sold to the Iranians for $1,000 or whatever. That there was a delta between the cost paid to the U.S. government and the cost put into the fund, which was eventually being used to support a whole range of covert operations.
Did anyone else other than the officials of the Central Intelligence Agency have that same information to your knowledge? Did the Department of Defense, for example, have that information?
I do not know the distribution of that intelligence, and I'm speaking specifically of the intelligence that you advised me on the other day. But there was a distribution outside just me and the CIA, I believe.
But my question was, did you ever tell an official of any other agency?
I did not. I did not that I recall.
Okay. And I take it, though, that your testimony is that the Central Intelligence Agency never suggested to you that there might be a question about the ownership of any excess over what they were due.
Never. Well, I want to qualify that a little bit. Director Casey, in October of 1986, raised with me the thought that had been given to him by Mr. Furmark that someone else was owed. And it was undetermined at that point who even owed that someone else. Several names were mentioned, among them Mr. Khashoggi, a man who I never met, contrary to press reports. I've never seen the man, nor do I think he's seen me. Nonetheless, it was suggested at that point in time that someone may have owed Mr. Khashoggi and others money. It was never suggested that money was owed to the government.
And to be specific about it, during the period November 17th, 1985 to January 17th, 1986, it's your testimony that subject was never brought up.
That is correct. To my recollection, at least.
I'm going to try now to ask you a series of relatively specific questions about the Iran Initiative, and I'm going to try and do it pretty much in chronological order. The chronological order may not be entirely perfect, but I want to sort of walk you through some of these issues roughly in chronological order. As you, I think, have testified by now, the first channel relied on, for the Iran Initiative, relied on the use of Manikir Gurbanifar as an intermediary. Is that correct?
Mr. Van Cleve, you're referring to at the point in time I got involved in it. Because
Correct,
I'm
and for some time thereafter?
yes.
Okay. Were you aware, as of the middle or end of 1985, that Korbanifar was a known liar who was the subject of a burn notice, what is known in the trade as a burn notice, but what is actually a fabricator notice issued to the entire United States government by the Central
Yes.
Intelligence Agency?
Yes.
You did know that?
And throughout, Mr. Van Cleve, I knew, and so did the rest of us who were dealing with him, exactly what Mr. Ghorbanifar was. I knew him to be a liar, I knew him to be a cheat, and I knew him to be a man making enormous sums of money. He was widely suspected to be, within the people I dealt with at the Central Intelligence Agency, an agent of the Israeli government, or at least one of, if not more, of their security services. That is important in understanding why we continue to deal with him. We knew what the man was, but it was difficult to get other people involved in these kinds of activities. I mean, one can't go to Mother Teresa and ask her to go to Tehran, and I'm not being light about this, but you have to deal with who you've got at the time. And the good fairy wasn't there. And I know there's a lot of folks that think we shouldn't have dealt with this guy, but at the bottom, we got 2 Americans out that way. And we started down a track that I think we could have succeeded on. As bad as he was, he at least got us started there.
I appreciate the answer. You got a little ahead of where I wanted to go. You also knew, did you, that Korbanifar had failed a lie detector test given to him by the CIA on
Yes.
all counts?
Yes.
On all counts?
On all counts, to include his name, as I remember.
Understand. I guess my question is, were you relying on the judgment of the Israelis in deciding to deal with Korbanifar and those he represented?
Yes.
Were you in that position because the Israelis had intelligence sources in Iran and the United States did not?
I think perhaps we ought to
Without
answer
getting
that.
into detail here, is that the position our government was in at that point, roughly
Yes.
speaking?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that at least since the time of the Shah in late 1979, the U.S. has had very poor quality human intelligence in Iran? Again, I'm looking for what I
Yes.
think should be a yes or no answer. In retrospect, didn't this lack of intelligence adversely affect your ability to conduct this entire operation?
Yes, and it was one of the principal objectives of the whole thing.
Colonel North, there has been testimony before the committee that the interests of the United States and those of Israel in connection with Iran, and specifically in connection with this initiative, were not completely identical. Is that a correct statement?
I do not believe that they were necessarily completely identical, but I think there was at least a congruence of objectives that was sufficient to justify us proceeding. There is no doubt that the ultimate Israeli objectives in the Iran-Iraq war may not be the same as ours. Our objective, at least as far as I was able to articulate it to my superiors, and as far as I understood my guidance in carrying out the dialogue that I pursued with the Iranians, was that we sought an end to that war. It may well be that the Israeli government would like to see the war go on, and I'm not saying that's necessarily what their policy is. There are certainly people in this country who felt that that was their objective. I believe that there was sufficient congruence between Israeli objectives and American objectives that made this project worthwhile, principally because we both saw the need to get to some faction within the Iranian government that would lead to a more moderate, more pro-Western government in Iran, if not immediately, then over time. That is important for 2 reasons. If there is absolute chaos in Iran when the Ayatollah Khomeini departs this vale of tears, then we can have great expectations that the Soviets will take advantage of that situation. Second, Iranian-sponsored fundamentalist Shia terrorism is something that this world desperately needs to be concerned about. A few minutes before we had the interruption, I mentioned the fact that the Ayatollah's picture is not just up in Tehran or in the streets and back alleys of Beirut. His picture is up in the Philippines and in Indonesia and in the Far East. This is a very serious long-term problem. And if we can get to a relationship with the Iranian government wherein Americans need not feel threatened, not just Americans, but others as well, by Islamic fundamentalist terrorism, because we have a relationship with that theocracy that guides the country, then we will be far better off. And those were part of the broader strategic objectives in this whole initiative. And I believe that the Israelis and the Americans have a congruence of objective in that purpose.
Are there any other respects in which the interests of the United States and Israel differ with respect to the Iran initiative, other than what you've just testified to your knowledge?
Well, clearly there were certainly people, and I don't pretend to be able to speak, nor do I wish to speak for the Israeli government or their foreign policy. But there were clearly people in Israel who had objectives, for example, that were financial in dealing with the Iranians, and may well have had objectives in dealing with the neighboring governments that were not in consonance with us. Nonetheless, there was a basic, fundamental agreement between the United States and Israel on certain objectives.
How were these differences of interest taken into account by the United States government in conducting this operation?
Well, I think to the extent that I was aware of them, I think I apprised my superiors of what those issues were, and on a number of occasions we sat down with representatives of the Israeli government, not just myself, but my superiors, both Admiral Poindexter and Bud McFarland, and explained them to them. Said, look, you may have this view, but we have that view, and if we can agree on something in the middle, we'll proceed. But it wasn't simply a matter that we ignored them.
But isn't your previous testimony pretty much to the effect that we were relying on the Israelis themselves as a principal source of our information about what was in fact going on?
Yes, and that is one of the reasons why we sought so hard to establish direct contact with the Iranian government. U.S. direct contact.
That was going to be my next question. I take it that a significant part of the reason for a move to a second channel was our concern about the accuracy of information we had in fact received from the first channel.
Again, I happen to have developed over the course of the time that I was engaged in this, certainly from early January 1986 through the time I was reassigned, a very close relationship with a man that I have a great deal of respect for, and that is Mr. Amiram Nir, who, according to today's paper, has been fired because of my testimony. If that is the case, I sadly regret it. He is a brave man who served his country well, and I believe tried to help us in carrying out our policies well. It was not that I had any distrust for Mr. Nir or the information that he gave me. Mr. Nir, if you can consider this, that the assessment of the Director of Central Intelligence was that the trip to Tehran was potentially a suicide mission, and an Israeli, not an American, but an Israeli government official had the intestinal fortitude to go on that trip, that gentleman is, to me, an indication of bravery. And I think the world of that young man. And if he has been fired because of my testimony, I regret it. There may have been differences of view between Mr. Nir and myself, and I articulated them to him and his superiors when I met with them. I articulated them to my own superiors. My own superiors met with him also, and his superiors. I think that there was a sufficient understanding that he knew we needed to have our own sources of intelligence that couldn't be totally dependent upon Israel. And as close an ally as they have been, and we could not have done Achille Lauro without him, and the relationship that existed between he and I, and a number of other people, and I feel strongly about that. But were it not for the relationship that he and I had, there might have been even greater misunderstandings. But I don't think the government of Israel has any reluctance to understand that we needed to have our own sources inside Iran too. And I don't think they object to that. I hope not.
I appreciate your testimony, and just so the record is clear, I take it that you are agreeing that part of the reason, a significant part of the reason for a move to a second channel was our concern about our lack of intelligence information.
Precisely. And I believe you'll find that in the records that I sent forward to my superiors.
I want to move a little bit in time from mid-1985 to that same period of time that we were talking about a few minutes ago, and that is the period from November 1985 to January 1986. And I have some questions about your prior testimony with respect to the participation of Attorney General Meese in the planning that surrounded the January 17th, 1986 finding. On Tuesday, you testified that you believed that Attorney General Meese became aware of the November 1985 hawk shipment shortly after it occurred. Is that correct?
No, I don't think
Would
that
you
is
please,
correct.
then I may have misunderstood, and I want the record to be very clear on this. When do you think that Attorney General Meese found out about the November 1985 hawk shipment?
It was my understanding at the time that Attorney General Meese became aware of the 1985 transactions at about the time we were preparing the first covert action finding.
Can you be as specific as possible, please?
That finding was sent forward by Director Casey after being worked on by the General Counsel at CIA and myself on or about the 26th of November, 1985. My understanding was that that finding was either had been or was then coordinated with the Attorney General's office, and that we found a one, clearance for a rationale of ratification, and that number two, we covered the issue of whether or not this was an appropriate way to handle the transaction. And the reason this may all be an assumption, because I did not talk to the Attorney General about this issue at that time.
From whom did you obtain your understanding about the Attorney General's participation in the preparation of that finding?
Well, and it may all be hearsay, and it may just be imagination, but every other finding that I worked on, and there were several on this and other issues, I coordinated with the Attorney General. It was a routine thing to coordinate with the Attorney General. Number two, I understood that the determination that we could indeed proceed in this direction, selling arms through a finding, had been obtained from the Attorney General because he had it in his files from his predecessor. And number three, that the ratification kind of language had been approved by the Attorney General. And thus, I was not surprised, therefore, to see the findings signed later on. So what I'm saying is I do not have specific knowledge of what the Attorney General knew in November. I do have specific knowledge of what the Attorney General knew in January because I personally coordinated the second finding with he and Mr. Jensen.
Okay, before we get to the question of what the Attorney General knew in January, is it your testimony that you do not have any specific information at all about what the Attorney General in fact knew in November 1985 or between there and January about that November hawk shipment?
That is exactly correct, and that's what I thought I said when I testified the last time.
You may have, sir, and I simply wanted the record to be as clear as possible on that point.
Please make that very clear. I did not discuss this with the Attorney General until January.
Or with anyone else who told you, I take it, that the Attorney General in fact knew about the November finding. Is that correct?
Well, again, I'm not trying to pass the buck at all, Mr. Van Cleve. What I had come to an understanding that the finding, which had 2 or 3 critical elements in it, had indeed, because it was signed by the President, been cleared by the Attorney General. It was an established procedure. We had the former Attorney General's opinion that you could sell and the ratification language.
But are you telling this committee, sir, that some individual told you the Attorney General reviewed this finding, for example?
No.
Now I think I understand your testimony, sir.
I'm not sure I understand that last answer, but no one specifically told me, Ali, the Attorney General of the United States, has vetted off on this thing and said it's approved. No one did.
In January 1986, you say that you personally coordinated that finding with the Attorney General and Lowell Jensen, correct?
That is correct.
And did you, at that time, tell the Attorney General about any of the prior arms shipments?
Counsel, I have made an effort to try and remember exactly how that meeting went, and I have gone through the records I gave to you, and I do not find any reference to the fact that in the discussion with the Attorney General that I specifically went over and said, oh, by the way, here's what happened in September, here's what happened in November, and we're proceeding on from here with this new finding. I do not recall that conversation. I do know that I met with he, and I'm 99% sure it was Mr. Jensen who was also in the office, and we went over the 1986 finding. I may have gone back over to him when we made a minor modification to it after that, although I don't seem to have an entry on that. I do not recall addressing the earlier shipments with him specifically.
Would there have been any reason, sir, for you to have discussed the previous shipments with him if what you were doing was seeking clearance for future shipments?
Not specifically, but I do not recall myself being in a situation where I was trying to hide anything. So it would not be inconsistent to discuss what had transpired and what was going to transpire, all under the provisions of covert action findings.
But you don't recall any such discussion?
I do not.
Colonel North, you say that you coordinated the other covert action findings with the Attorney General or his staff. Is that correct?
When I say the other, I can recall.
I didn't mean the other in the sense to be all-inclusive. What I mean is there were other findings you worked on.
Yes.
And you've testified that you did coordinate them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of any requirement that that kind of coordination be done, or was that simply a matter of customary practice within the administration?
It was only required because my boss said take that thing over and coordinate it with the Attorney General. There may be a written requirement that I'm not aware of.
Okay. If I recall your testimony correctly, you also testified that you believe the November 1985 finding was intended to cover the prior August-September Israeli shipment as well as the November Hawk shipment.
Absolutely.
What is your basis for that testimony?
Well, I mean, I was by then looking for a way to replenish the Israeli tows that had been shipped in September or August, September. I mean, that was one of my principal running around town trying to solve a problem modes, and that was indeed the problem one of the problems I was trying to address. So that finding was designed to be able to, one, cover the fact that the CIA had indeed helped with the November shipment and was involved and is going to have to be involved in getting them back. We knew that by then, and had indeed the government of the United States had been a party to the September shipment.
And Judge Sporkin was the principal drafter of that November finding, wasn't
As
he?
I recall, yes.
Did you have a chance to review any of his testimony before the committee?
I cannot say that I have, no.
I see. I believe
I have been provided with a summary of it, so.
I believe that it's accurate to say that Judge Sporkin testified that in drafting the November 1985 finding, he was not told about the prior August-September shipment of weapons. Are you aware of that, sir?
I am not aware of that in his testimony, no.
Did you, in dealing with Judge Sporkin on this finding, ever tell him about the prior shipment?
Would you repeat the question, Counsel?
Let me break it up into parts so that it's as clear as possible. Did you ever discuss the November 1985 finding with Judge Sporkin at that time?
Oh, yes.
And did you ever tell Judge Sporkin that there had in fact been an August-September shipment of Israeli tows?
I do not recall a specific discussion, but I mean, it was widely known within the CIA. I mean, we were tracking that sensitive intelligence. I mean, I honestly don't recall, Mr. Van Cleve. I mean, it didn't seem to me at the time that it's something that I was trying to hide from anybody. I was not engaged in it. And one of the purposes that I thought we had that finding for was to go back and ratify that earlier action and to get on with replenishing. I mean, that was what I understood one of the purposes of that draft finding to be.
And did you communicate your desire to have that purpose included in the finding to Judge Sporkin?
I honestly don't recall, but I clearly saw that the finding fulfilled that purpose. At least that's how I read it. I'm not trying to say that if Judge Sporkin says I didn't talk to him about it, I don't want to argue with that. I can't imagine that I would have tried to conceal it from him. I mean, by then, certainly the director knew about it. Many other people at the CIA knew about it because they were the ones who helped set up the intelligence collection on it.
I'd like to turn to the subject of weapons replenishment. One of the issues of concern to the committee, Colonel North, is how the arms sales transactions were actually carried out. In particular, your testimony on Monday indicated that there was substantial uncertainty about the terms on which the replenishment of the Israeli weapons was to occur. Is that correct?
Yes. It was presented to me one way by the Israelis, and then when I went back to not even knowing that this problem existed in November, managed to get Mr. McFarland, who was in the process of getting ready to leave the NSC. His explanation was not consistent with what the Israelis told me they understood from at least his commitment to them. To this day, I don't know, I was not part of that dialogue, but it was very clear to me that the Israelis expected a replenishment. Initially, they expected that it would be free. At least that's how it was communicated to me. And when I told them that that was out of the question, it was Mr. Neer who I think had the ingenious idea of using residuals to pay for it.
Is it a fact that during the November 1985 to late January 1986 period, extensive consideration was given to upgrading Israeli weapon stocks by providing the Israelis with newer or better weapons than the ones they had shipped to Iran?
There was some discussion of that. The bottom line of that, I mean, and what you need to understand is there were proposals for everything in the world, not just from the Iranians, but from all kinds of people, many of which were impractical or unworkable or impossible. And what we have finally arrived at is that we would try to, and I think we did, replenish the Israelis with weapons that were identical to the ones that they had shipped, and second of all, of the same era of manufacture, and I think there was a safety feature added to the new ones that we didn't even charge for. And maybe the ones that they'd shipped had the safety feature too, I don't recall. But the bottom line was we agreed, the Israelis and us, that we would replenish them with items similar and as identical as possible to the ones that they had shipped.
So I take it your testimony is that, in fact, we never did replenish by providing the Israelis with newer or better weapons than the ones they had shipped.
We did not. In fact, the first time we tried the replenishment, we ended up, even though I had asked for newer weapons than the ones that we were sending to the Iranians, they sent older weapons to the Israelis for whatever reason. And we went back through them, and we had to take them back out of the Israeli stocks and send them on, and finally got, I think it was in May or October, the proper dates to replace the Israeli weapons. And as a soldier, I understand that. And I understand why the Israeli Defense Ministry insisted on that, and I think it was proper that they do so.
All of the replenishments occurred during 1986, correct?
Yes.
Was replenishment ever done in 1986 at concessionary prices, that is, at prices below which Israel would otherwise have had to pay for the same weapons?
Not to my knowledge, and I say not to my knowledge because I'm not the one that priced the weapons. The Israelis could no longer buy from the United States that, if the Israelis, through the Foreign Military Sales Program, came to us to buy a TOW weapon today, they would end up buying a TOW 2 or a TOW 2 PIP or whatever the most current version being produced by the U.S. vendor was.
Right.
They don't normally buy out of U.S. stocks except under emergency authorities like we did in '73. And so, and I'm going to guess at numbers, the current model that they would get from the producer, the defense contractor, might be $10,000. Excuse me. But the product they got from the United States was at the price established by the United States. In other words, we were not charging a preferential price just because it was Israel. We charged the price for those weapons of that date based on what the DoD estimated the price to be, I believe. I wasn't out in the Pentagon pricing it, and I wasn't down in the arsenal we took them from.
But you never asked, I take it, that the Defense Department give the Israelis a better deal than they otherwise would have been given if they had purchased the same weapons?
No.
Michael Ledeen served as a principal intermediary between the United States and the Israeli government with respect to Iran during 1985. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell this committee why Mr. Ledeen was chosen for this role?
I cannot, because it was done, as I understand it, by Mr. McFarland. And I would have to defer to Mr. McFarland as to why. I would like to get something on the record, if I may, Mr. Chairman. And that is that there was an indication that I had accused Mr. Ledeen of making money on the transactions in 1985. I want it noted, and you have it in my records, that that information was provided to me by two foreigners who had made that allegation. Now, I know many of the allegations made against me are untrue. I know them to be, and I hope you know at least some of the ones that have been made about me are untrue. And when I asked that question to Mr. McFarland, I did not expect that it would come out in this committee hearing. I did not expect it would be the subject of debate. Mr. Ledeen assured me when I asked him that question that he had not made money on it. I have no reason to believe that what the Iranians told me or that one of the Israelis told me is necessarily true. I do not want it noted by the committee record that I have accused Mr. Ledeen of making money on the transaction. I do not know if he did, and I do not know if he didn't. When he told me he didn't, I believed him.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Ledeen was paid by the Israeli government?
I have none.
I have some questions about the Tehran trip, Colonel North. One of the unanswered questions for the committee is the nature of the agreement, the precise nature of the agreement between the United States and Iran leading up to the May 1986 meetings in Tehran. My first question is, did the United States agree, to your knowledge, to bring a specified percentage or quantity of Hawk spare parts to Tehran, such as 50%?
No. The governing factor in the trip to Tehran that I went on in May was what the aircraft would handle. And I'm not talking about the aircraft we were on, I'm talking about the aircraft that was going to come once we were there. And it was necessary, by virtue of fuel load, weight, and space, that some of the stocks had to come with us. And that was made known to my superiors. And everybody on the aircraft knew that those supplies were aboard the aircraft because the pallet of supplies was directly behind the seats in the Israeli 707. You had to trip over it to go to the head. And I recognize that some people may have said they didn't know they were on the airplane, but that wasn't dog food. They were Hawk parts.
Did the Iranians, to your knowledge, ever agree that all of the hostages would be released prior to or on Mr. McFarland's arrival in Tehran?
It turns out that the Iranians did not. Monitor Ghorbanifar told us that they had agreed to that. And what had happened is we had gone too far down the line with Ghorbanifar. What was his process, if you will, was to tell the Iranians one thing and tell us another. Then let the two sides sit down and duke it out. Well, as I said, we knew Ghorbanifar for what he was. We did not know of the letters that he had sent to Tehran committing us to certain things until after we got there. When we exchanged letters face to face with the Iranians in Tehran, it was very obvious that he had lied to both sides. And we knew that he did this, but we didn't know that the lie was quite so blatant. We had expectations from him, communicated to us directly and through the Israelis, that that would be the outcome if things went well in Tehran. We did not know all of the expectations of the Iranians as to what it would take to make things go well. And thus, when we got there, both sides were surprised at the intransigence of the other side's opinions. And that is why I had advocated, despite the risks, despite the deep concern of Director Casey that information about a very covert program would be revealed if I went on the trip and were tortured. Despite all of that, I was a proponent of the advance party trip because I knew Ghorbanifar to be what he was. I knew he was a duplicitous sneak, and I thought that we could do better by General Secord and I going to Tehran. It was that trip, the advance trip, that resulted in Director Casey saying, I'm not going to allow you to go because of a project that you were involved in unless you are prepared to deny that information under torture. And he was very concerned about that. Now, I think it was an error on our part not to have the advance trip. I'm not saying that the May trip would have necessarily gone better. I'm not blaming anybody for the fact we didn't bring any hostages out or end up with a strategic treaty with Iran. What I'm saying is I think it was an error not to have gone on that trip. I think that opinion is shared by some of the experts on Iran who participated, to include Mr. Cave.
So is it your testimony that Mr. McFarland's understanding as to the conditions under which the hostages were to be released was based on assurances that you'd received from Ghorbanifar?
And the Israelis, and I think they got theirs from him. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying that's how we got them, yes.
The committee has heard testimony that on one of the last nights during which the delegation was in Tehran, heard testimony that on one of the last nights during which the delegation was in Tehran, while Mr. McFarland was asleep, a decision was made to allow the second plane containing the remainder of the Hawk spare parts to leave Israel and begin its flight to Tehran. Is that correct?
I don't know what the committee served, but let me just tell you about that last night because I was there, okay? It was the plan consistent throughout that aircraft, which was based at an Israeli Air Force base, would have to launch by a certain time of day in order to get to Tehran. It was always the plan that the aircraft could be turned around at what we called the fail-safe or turnaround point, wherein if it went beyond that, it had to go all the way into Tehran because it would have run out of fuel before it got back. It was always a part of the plan. It was in the op plan that I wrote up for this entire thing, and it all proceeded accordingly. And thus, at 6 o'clock in the morning, when Mr. McFarland got up, I told him, in accord with the plan, the airplane is 2 hours from turnaround point. And we allowed the meeting to go on for a little bit longer to see if we were going to prosper, and then both of us reluctantly agreed to turn the plane around. I don't know, there were many other people who were there. There was a CIA communicator. The communications were being monitored in Tel Aviv and in Washington. Everybody knew what was going on with that airplane. It wasn't some secret Ollie North in the middle of the night flying off on his own hook. Ollie North didn't do that. And I don't know why the committee was left with that impression. You'd have to ask others. But there were others who were there that know that this entire plan was already in the op plan, fully briefed, and that's just exactly the way it went. In a very calm and moderate and reasoned way, we decided that we would turn the airplane around in accordance with the plan that we had all worked on.
And your testimony is that you'd been specifically authorized in advance to make that decision while Mr. McFarland was asleep. Is that correct?
I didn't even have to make a decision. The plane launched in accord with a previously established schedule. I don't even recall that we even confirmed it, except that I got the call from the command center in Tel Aviv. The airplane is up. It made it off the ground. It didn't crash with that fuel load aboard. It had to launch in the early morning or midnight hours because of the heat and the air temperature and all the rest of that stuff that makes airplanes fly.
Colonel North, in November 1986, or thereabouts, after the press began disclosures concerning the Iran matter, did there come a time when you received a phone call from a representative of a very high Israeli government official who expressed concern about the public position of the United States on disclosing the McFarland trip to Tehran?
My memory is not clear on that. Would you repeat the question, Counsel?
I'd be happy to. In November 1986, after the press disclosures began concerning the Iran operation, did there come a time when you received a phone call from a representative of a very high Israeli government official who expressed concern about the public position of the United States on disclosing the fact of the McFarland trip to Tehran?
I believe I did, yes.
And what did that individual advise you should be the position of the President of the United States?
Well, if my recollection serves me right, we agreed to stay with no comment.
Is it a fact that this individual advised you that the President should flatly deny that the McFarland trip to Tehran ever occurred?
Well, I'd have to go back and look at my contemporaneous notes. That sounds correct, but I honestly don't remember those days all that clearly without being able to refer to that, Counsel. I mean, you may be looking at something. I don't recall the phone. I'm trying to remember from the work product I've tried to assemble on those latter days. There were a number of calls, day and night, at that point in time. Our principal focus, I do remember vividly, was to keep the second channel alive and get as many hostages out as we could before it all came crashing down.
Would you like to take a moment and think about the specific question to see whether or not you can recollect?
As I recall, your question is, did a high-level Israeli official call and tell me that their advice was to deny the McFarland trip?
The President should flatly deny that the McFarland trip ever occurred.
Counsel, I will try to do more research over lunch if you like. I do not recall specifically this particular matter. I do recall a number of, probably several a day, phone calls at that point.
I understand. I think the committee would appreciate it if you would try and recall over lunch. And if you want to make an additional answer for the record later, we'd be happy to have it.
Very well. Do you have anything that will help me? I mean, you've got all my stuff.
I do not have a specific document,
Okay.
Colonel North, and if I did, I certainly would have provided
Understood.
it to you and your counsel for your examination.
Understood.
Colonel North, previously you testified that a decision was made in late November 1986 that the United States would disassociate itself from the 1985 arms shipments made by Israel in the chronologies prepared in 1986. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. McFarland or Admiral Poindexter the political effects of this decision to portray Israel as having acted on its own?
I don't recall that particular aspect of it. I do know that it seemed to me that there was a reason to do so, and my reasons, as I have indicated earlier in the testimony, are already on the record.
That's correct. And my question was, though, did you discuss the political ramifications of that decision with either Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McFarland?
I do not recall the conversation, Counsel, but I'm sure that I did. I mean, it was one of those things that would have been very vivid to me, and I can't imagine I would have ignored it.
Understand. And was there any discussion of this decision with Israeli officials?
No, the Israelis, to my recollection, were, and that's why I had a hard time with your earlier question. The Israelis were going to try to stick with no comment, and as you have seen in my contemporaneous notes, there were calls to that effect right off from the start, and it was one of the things that was written up in one of the initial notes I sent up when the whole activity started. And I think they sincerely hoped we'd be able to do that. I sincerely hoped we'd be able to do that.
But did anyone call them up and say, listen, we're thinking of leaving you out on a limb here. How do you feel about that?
I do not know whether those versions were communicated with the Israelis or not. We did at that point in time have a secure communications means that was outside the normal diplomatic communications. And I was able to communicate with Mr. Neer, but I do not recall specifically addressing that with him.
The chronologies themselves did specifically acknowledge that the United States had in fact dealt with the government of Iran, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Would you explain to the committee why you felt that a revelation of the 1985 transactions, which the Iranians themselves probably knew had had U.S. support, was likely to jeopardize the lives of the hostages and the Second Channel?
Yes, because we had gone to, the way it was presented to me and what we were seeing in intelligence was that they were very, very upset about what they perceived to be a double cross in November with the Hawks. It is my understanding, and of course we have a hostage here to show for it, that they were pleased with what they got in the August-September transaction before I became operationally engaged in this. The November shipment was a disaster. It was very clear from the intelligence that we were seeing, and we made great efforts in every meeting with the Iranians, both in the first and the second channel, to tell them very clearly, that's not what happens when you deal with us. Well, in fact, we had been associated with that second delivery, the Hawk transaction in November. It was done with the assistance of the CIA's proprietary, General Secord, who jumped into it to make it work, and me. And so my concern was that there was the duplicity which we had worked with the Iranians in denying any association with that second shipment would work to the detriment of the hostages. That the second channel, who we had assured, brought here to the United States, as you know, taken through a tour of the White House, just like my family has been taken through a tour of the White House, coddled and coached and encouraged, would indeed find themselves all dead somewhere. And so my principal concern was the hostages and the second channel. There may well have been other concerns about that November shipment that I am not aware of. I did not then, nor do I now, see a legal flaw in what we attempted to do. I do see that the protracted period of time, particularly the first finding, which demonstrates it is solely arms for hostages, is a politically damaging position for the President. It is also internationally damaging for this administration and this country. And thus, when it came time for us to be talking about that earlier transaction, there may have been people who were looking beyond my immediate concerns for the hostages and the second channel and that relationship to the domestic and international political repercussions on beyond to look at some other legal flaw that I am unaware of. For many different reasons, therefore, it may have been deemed prudent to change those chronologies. I have given you my reasons. I cannot explain the reasons for others.
Colonel North, I have what I regard as the personally painful task of asking you the following questions. You've admitted before this committee that you lied to representatives of the Iranians in order to try and release a hostage. Is that correct?
I lied every time I met the Iranians.
And you've admitted that you lied to General Secord with respect to conversations that you supposedly had with the President. Is that correct?
In order to encourage him to stay with the project, yes.
And you've admitted that you lied to the Congress. Is that correct?
I have.
And you've admitted that you lied in creating false chronologies of these events. Is that correct?
That is true.
And you've admitted that you created false documents that were intended to mislead investigators with respect to a gift that was made to you. Is that correct?
No.
I think I understand the reason for your hesitation. You certainly have admitted that the documents themselves were completely false. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they were intended to create a record of an event that never occurred. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you assure this committee that you are not here now lying to protect your Commander-in-Chief?
I am not lying to protect anybody, Counsel. I came here to tell the truth. I told you that I was going to tell it to you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of it has been ugly for me. I don't know how many other witnesses have gone through the ordeal that I have before arriving here and seen their names smeared all over the newspapers and by some members of this committee. But I committed when I raised my right hand and took an oath as a midshipman that I would tell the truth. And I took an oath when I arrived here before this committee to tell the truth. And I have done so, painful though it may be for me and for others. I have told you the truth, Counsel, as best I am able.
I have no further questions of this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. When we resume our hearings at 2, Mr. Arthur Lyman will continue the questioning. We'll stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Yeah, hopefully the week or two of us here. Lance has to arrange, has to be here. Sorry? Or it might be him, it might be David. So I think it should be one of the security people. They know we're around here. That's why I have no idea. Me neither.
Preceding day, you had offered your resignation to Admiral Poindexter.
My recollection, Counsel, is that I first tendered it on Friday before I met with the Attorney General. We had talked about it several times prior to that, and I retransmitted it, as I recollect, either Sunday or Monday.
And you retransmitted it the preceding day in a prof note that expressed your prayer that the President is not further damaged by what has transpired.
I don't recall the exact words of the prof note or the actual transmission of the message. It was a deeply personal communication between myself and a man for whom I had and still have a great deal of respect, Admiral Poindexter.
And then on the 25th, you learned from a press conference that you had been fired. Is that fair to say?
I believe that the words that were used was that I had been dismissed.
And to use those words, if you prefer, you had been dismissed by a president whom you had served with dedication for some 5 years. Fair to say?
5.5 years.
And you learned at that press conference that you were the subject of a criminal investigation that was being initiated for an action, the diversion, which had been approved by your superior, Admiral Poindexter, and had been described in some 5 memoranda that you sent to Admiral Poindexter for approval by the President. Is that fair to say?
Well, I don't want to characterize anyone's reasons for doing
I didn't ask
what
you,
they
but
did.
you learned that you were the subject of a criminal investigation in that press conference.
That is correct.
And you learned that it was a criminal investigation relating to the diversion, or what we call the diversion, the use of the profits of the Iranian arms sale to support the Contras. You learned that, correct?
That is correct.
And that was action that you took that had been authorized, correct?
It is action that I took that I believed I had the full authority to take. That is correct.
Well, it had actually been authorized by Admiral Poindexter. Is that not so?
Yes.
He had communicated his approval to you, correct?
Yes, he
You
had.
seem to be hesitating. Is there any doubt in your mind?
Just looking for tricks, Mr. Lyman.
Well, I can
He's
assure you I
testified.
have none in my bag.
He's testified fully about these matters, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. He's testified fully about these matters. I thought we'd be on to some new important subject by now.
Was it approved by him?
The actions that I took, all of them, to include the use of residual funds from the sale of arms to Iran to support the Nicaraguan resistance and other activities, were approved. All of them.
And is it also so that for some months you had been telling friends like Mr. Owen that you were going to be the fall guy?
I may well have, as I believe I have already testified. I may well have told Mr. Owen and perhaps others that if this whole thing came down to creating a political controversy or embarrassment, and you remember again that Mr. Owen did not know, I don't believe, anything about the Iranian initiative, that I would be the person who would be dismissed or reassigned or fired or blamed or fingered or whatever one wants to use as a description, that I was willing to serve in that capacity. All of that assumed that this was not going to be a matter of criminal behavior, but rather one of deniability for the White House, the administration, or whatever, for political purposes. And when I say political purposes, I am speaking of not only domestic, but the international ramifications. That is one of the essences of plausible deniability in a covert operation.
Are you saying, Colonel, that you were prepared to take the rap for political purposes but not for criminal purposes? Is that what I just
Precisely.
heard? Precisely. And is it a fact that on November 21, after meeting with Admiral Poindexter, you told your colleague, Colonel Earl, that you were going to be the scapegoat?
I don't recall that specific conversation on the first. I don't believe with Colonel Earl.
21st. That's Friday.
I may have. I don't deny that I said that to him.
Did you use the term scapegoat?
I don't recall, counsel. I may have.
Well, scapegoat means that someone who's going to take the blame for others. For whom did you expect to take the blame?
Objection. He said he didn't recall whether he used scapegoat.
Well, yesterday you said that when the time came, you were going to be dropped like a hot rock, that you were going to be the deniable link. And I think you also used terms like scapegoat. For whom were you going to be the scapegoat?
For whoever necessary, for the administration, for the president, for however high up the chain that they needed someone to say, that's the guy that did it, and he's gone. And now we've put that behind us, and let's get on with other things.
And did you tell Admiral Poindexter that you were prepared to play that role?
I had told Admiral Poindexter that, and I had told Mr. McFarland that as early as 1984.
Had you told Mr. Casey that?
I think it may well have been his idea to begin with, that there had to be somebody who was going to stand up and take the rap for this.
And this means what, sir?
Well, starting in 1984, for the political or international consequences of what we began to call the support for the Nicaraguan democratic resistance.
And after that became involved and linked with the Iranian arms sale and the proceeds, you were the person who was going to take the rap for that too,
I saw no difference from one to the other.
and you were prepared to do that.
I have testified to that.
Now, Admiral Poindexter, who was your superior and who had approved this, was not dismissed, am I correct?
Counsel, I don't recall the exact words that were used in that
Well,
press conference.
do you remember that he was treated differently, Colonel?
Admirals should be treated differently than lieutenant colonels.
Well, do you remember that he was allowed to resign and be transferred with honor?
I don't recall those words specifically, but if that's what it was said in the press conference, I assume that's what it was.
Do you recall at the press conference, the Attorney General indicated that Admiral Poindexter's problem was that he had gotten some indication of the diversion and had looked the other way, words to that effect?
I do not.
Do you remember, sir, that as you listened to the press conference, that the Attorney General said nothing about the fact that Admiral Poindexter had approved the diversion?
Quite frankly, Counsel, I don't remember a great deal about that press conference. And if you would want to show me the transcript, I'm sure it would refresh my memory.
Well, I can, but I'll move on because I don't want to tarry on that. On the 21st, you did in fact discuss with Admiral Poindexter the problem of the diversion. Is that so? I'll tell you, you're looking at a book there. What is the book, sir?
The book is made up of notes that I have made in trying to prepare with counsel for this hearing.
And,
It includes,
Don't tell him what it includes.
well, I think that if a witness is looking at something, that I, as counsel, am entitled to see what he's refreshing his recollection on.
I think you're wrong. That's a product of lawyers working with clients.
And you think that a witness is entitled to read something and that we're not entitled to
He's
see what
entitled
he's
to
reading?
use his notes and to preserve the attorney-client privilege. Everything in that book is a product of the attorney-client and work product privilege. Mr. Lyman, and you know that.
Are you able to recall your conversation with Admiral Poindexter on the 21st about the diversion without looking at that book?
That's none of your business either. You just ask him the question.
Please address the chair.
Mr. Chairman, let's get to the substance of these hearings and stop trying to get off his back.
We have a PA system here. You need not shout, sir.
Just, Mr.
Please proceed.
counsel,
Don't answer the question. Next question, Mr. Chairman, that won't be answered.
Lieutenant, do you recall testifying as recently as yesterday and the day before that on the 21st of November, you told Admiral Poindexter that you had gotten rid of all memos relating to the diversion?
May we see the transcript that you're referring to? If you're trying to impeach him with yesterday's transcript, I want the page and the line, please, Mr. Chairman. That's the only fair way to do it.
Mr. Chairman, if he recalls, I'm entitled to have his answer.
Please answer.
counsel, first of all, I'm a lieutenant colonel. I have been a lieutenant colonel for a couple of years now. Second, the sole reason for me to consult with anything is for the purpose of trying to give you a more accurate answer. And I have been asked questions that covered 5.5 years of work, many of the days in which were nonstop. I am trying to give you honest, straightforward, and factual and complete answers. And now that you have refreshed what I said the other day, yes, I do recall speaking to Admiral Poindexter on the morning or at some point in the day on the 21st.
Now, when you spoke to him on the 21st, would you tell us what occasioned the conversation about diversion?
My recollection is that the issue came up that there would be an inquiry by the Attorney General's office or by the Attorney General on a fact-finding activity to find out what had happened in '85 as a consequence of Israeli transfers to Iran. And during that discussion, I assured Admiral Poindexter, erroneously it turns out, that all references to the use of funds generated by U.S. sales to the government of Iran and using the residuals from those transfers for support of the Nicaraguan resistance had been removed and destroyed.
You finished?
I think that answers your question.
Admiral, you say that you, Lieutenant Colonel,
He'll accept the promotion.
you say that you assured him in the course of that conversation that the documents that referred to this no longer existed. Did he ask you whether the documents existed?
I don't recall who raised the subject, whether it was the Admiral or I, but I do remember assuring him that they had all been destroyed.
Did you discuss when you destroyed them?
I don't recall, but I had been in the process of destroying things for some time by that point.
Did he ask you whether any other documents besides those that referred to the diversion had been destroyed?
Not that I can recall right now.
And so is it fair to say, based on your recollection, that the conversation that you had with him on the 21st about documents that no longer existed related to the diversion?
I'm sorry, is it fair to say what, Counsel?
That the conversation related to the diversion only in terms of what documents have been destroyed?
I'm not certain of that. Again, I want to reiterate that that may have been the conversation on Friday, or maybe it was a preceding one. I can recall that we talked several times that day. He was very busy, and so was I. But we had talked at one point on Friday about my departure. I believe that's when I first tendered my resignation in writing to him. And we may have talked about the Nicaraguan resistance and the fact that I had probably destroyed documents pertaining thereto. I honestly don't recall specifically. But,
Colonel, if you look at whatever it is in front of you, will that refresh you?
Well, Mr. Lyman, when he wants to look at something, he'll look at it. Don't you suggest when he looks at it. Get on with the questioning.
Counsel, I'm certainly aware of the rules as well as any one of us. First of all, I would hope that you will address the chair. Secondly, we'd like to get the business on the road ourselves. And thirdly, our public address system, I believe, is working very well. You need not shout, sir. Proceed.
would you please repeat the question?
I said, does the document that you have in front of you refresh your recollection as to what else was discussed on this subject?
Objection, Mr. Chairman.
On what basis, sir?
Counsel should simply ask the question. If the witness wants to look at his notes, his whole book that he has here, he'll do so for the answer. If he doesn't, he won't do so. If he thinks it helps him, he will look. I think it should be fully understood by the committee that Colonel North has been struggling here for 2.5 days to tell the truth and the whole truth. He's also exercising great care in addition to telling the truth because, Mr. Chairman, this body has created an independent counsel which occupies an office down the street. And he's like a separate super justice department to those of us that work in the defense of citizens. He has 100 people. You have 125. He's got 100 people down there looking at Colonel North and everything that he did, just the way your staff is. He's got 26 bright lawyers, 35 FBI agents, 11 IRS agents, 4 customs agents, investigators, and they're all poring over the testimony. And so, Your Honor, sir,
What are the grounds of your objection, sir?
my grounds are that he will look at his book when he wants to look at his book, and it's improper for any questioner to say, look at your book and see if you can find an answer.
I think it is up to the chair to decide whether it's proper or improper. I think the question was proper, sir. Please proceed.
Would you like him to, are you directing him to look at his book, Mr. Chairman? Would you like him to start at page
He
1?
may look at it or he need not look at it. It's up to him.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, and that's the ruling I was looking for.
Occasionally it does help, counsel. It does not help me in this specific case.
Now, when you had been
If I may make one observation, counsel. I provided to the committee, when compelled to do so under subpoena, the documents and records that I had in my possession. And many of those refer to these issues. I do not have them before me, but you have them in the exhibit books.
Colonel, during the last 6 months or so, did you look over the steno books that you turned over to us?
Objection, Mr. Chairman.
What is the basis of your objection?
What a witness does to prepare himself to tell the truth is none of the business of the questioner.
It is the business of this committee. Proceed, sir.
Ask the question again, please.
Did you read your steno books in the last 6 months?
I did review them with counsel.
Did you find in those steno books any references to conversations that you had with Admiral Poindexter about the diversion?
I do not recall. There were 20-some-odd books that I delivered up here, counsel.
Now, your counsel had referred to the fact that you provided some 20 books to us. The fact of the matter is that those 20 books did not include the 5 or 6 diversion memos that you had written during the course of 1986. Is that correct?
The memos themselves were contained in documents that were created in my office on a typewriter. There were no typewritten pages in the books that I gave you.
And those memos were destroyed by you, or at least you tried to destroy them all. One survived. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you were meeting with Admiral Poindexter on the 21st, you believed in good faith that you had gotten rid of all 5 memoranda that you've referred to. Is that so?
That is correct, and just to amplify on that, it is very likely that the 2 that were not approved or that did not proceed, as I have indicated in earlier testimony, could well have been destroyed right at that time. And so what I'm saying is that the very most that may have been left in the waning days of my tenure might well have been just the 3. And that's why when the question was asked yesterday or the day before about how many memos I actually destroyed in those closing days, I couldn't tell you, because I honestly don't remember.
There were 5 memos, and what you're saying now is 2 may have been destroyed at the time that those transactions didn't occur, and the other 3 would have been destroyed later.
No, what I'm saying is I want to make it very clear. The one memo that you do have was a transaction that did not go through. As was my habit, if we had done something or prepared a memo on something that was not done, I would very often destroy that memo at that point in time when the decision was made not to proceed. Obviously, there was a memo still remaining in the files that pertained to a transaction which did not occur. It referred to an April plan that was never executed or implemented.
And then there were 3 other transactions that did go through,
That's
for which
correct.
there are no memoranda extant now that you're aware of, correct?
That is correct.
And those are ones that have been destroyed, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that you gave Admiral Poindexter this assurance, you believed in good faith that no record existed of the diversion that you had written. Is that correct?
When I talked to the Admiral on the 21st, I assured him that all references to the sale of arms as it related to the Nicaraguan resistance had been destroyed, and I was wrong.
And at that point, you were in a position in which you did not have a single document that indicated that your actions had been authorized by your superiors. That's the way you believed, you thought, correct?
Well, yes, and I also believed that all of the prof's notes, which are now in stacks all over Washington, also had been destroyed.
Now, after you were dismissed, did Admiral Poindexter call you and say to you that he would confirm that he had given you authority?
I honestly don't recall a conversation with Admiral Poindexter after I was dismissed. He may have called. I don't remember it.
Do you recall any conversation with him in which he said, Colonel North, don't worry, even if you destroy all the documents, I'll stand up and say, I approved it?
No, I recall no such conversation.
So that you were, once the documents were destroyed, you were out there without any kind of assurance that anyone would stand behind you. Is that fair to say?
That was the plan. I mean, it was planned that I would be out there. I mean, and everything had gone right according to plan right up until about 12:05 in the afternoon the next day, or several days thereafter.
And when the plan changed was when you had the IC, or the criminal investigation, announced.
Well, I don't know where, in who else's mind, the plan changed, Counsel. I know that when I heard the words criminal investigation or criminal behavior, or whatever the words were that were used in the press conference, or shortly thereafter, it was certainly profound at that point, that my mindset changed considerably.
Now, you had...
And I think if you'll indulge me for a second, over the 5.5 years that I had served on the NSC staff, I had, as I hope I have testified here today, sought every possible means to do what needed to be done within the law. We had gone in extremis to find a way to live within the constraints and proscriptions of Boland. And I had sought a means in 1985, in working with various lawyers, various counsel, to find a way to implement a policy that started without my acquiescence or support or direction or anything else, and work very, very hard to find legal ways to carry out the policy of the President. And there was probably not another person on the planet Earth as shocked as I was to hear that someone thought it was criminal. And I can tell you that that shock was compounded when I heard later that there was to be an independent counsel, and further compounded when I was the only name in the appointment order for that independent counsel. The only person on the planet Earth named in that appointment order, Counsel.
Colonel, if the investigation by the independent counsel had not been instituted, if you hadn't heard the words criminal, would you still be sticking by the cover story?
It's a
I will not press it. It's hypothetical.
I know it is, Mr. Lyman. I'm glad you recognize it. We don't have to get the chair involved.
Now, you've already testified that Casey had approved this, Mr. Casey,
Which is this.
the diversion.
I had consulted very carefully on with Director Casey, and I don't know if approved is the right word. Director Casey was very enthusiastic about the whole program
Now,
and advocated it.
when you met with the Attorney General on the afternoon of the 23rd of November, he asked you about the diversion, correct?
He did. He asked me specifically about that memorandum.
And is it true that he asked you who knew about the fact that proceeds from the sale of Iranian arms were being used to support the Contras?
I think he may well have. I'm not entirely clear on that afternoon. I was up till very early in the morning before it. I'd had a meeting with Mr. McFarland on it, and I suppose he may well have. Again, I do not have detailed, specific recall of that. I took no notes during that meeting.
Do you recall that you told him that Admiral Poindexter knew, that Richard Secord knew, and that Mr. McFarland knew?
That sounds right.
Do you recall that you did not tell the Attorney General of the United States that Director Casey knew?
I don't recall that I didn't.
Well, was it part of the plan at that stage that you would not name Director Casey?
It had always been part of the plan that Director Casey would know nothing of the support to the Nicaraguan resistance.
And who else was it part of the plan who would not know anything about the support to the Nicaraguan resistance?
Other cabinet officers who had to testify and appear and things like that. I mean, it was a very closed circle of people who knew.
Was it also, which other cabinet officers?
Well, the people who didn't know. I mean, it was just a matter, I've told you who I thought knew, and I've told you who, and you've seen who I sent memoranda to. And you know of the record of communications I had with various officials. I don't know who else knew. I've told you that.
Colonel, you've testified a moment ago, unless you misunderstood the question.
Counsel, I think you were
that-
missing each other there.
Well, we'll soon see. That it was always part of the plan that Director Casey would not know. Is that in essence what you said?
If you mean by the plan, the Fall Guy plan, yes.
And so the Fall Guy plan was that even though Casey knew, you would not finger him, to use a colloquial expression.
Your expression, counsel, not mine.
Well, you wouldn't name him.
That's correct.
And then the next question I asked was, were there other people who knew things that you were also not supposed to name?
Not that I know of. In other words, I know of no other people who actually knew. And I have testified as to who I knew. I'm getting confusing myself. I have testified as to who I believe knew about the plan. I have testified as to who I can actually confirm knowledge by virtue of the memoranda that I created, the conversations we had, and the record that you see before you from the prof system. But I had specifically talked to the Admiral, and I could well have said to the Attorney General on the 23rd, I guess it was, that Sunday, that, oh, by the way, the President knows. But I had asked the Admiral on Friday if the President knew. And the Admiral had told me no. And so when the Attorney General asked me about the President, I told him no.
Well, isn't it a fact that what you told the Attorney General is that you didn't know whether or not he did know? Isn't that what you told McFarlane?
But I think the discussion with Mr. McFarlane was perhaps before.
Afterward. No, the one in London, where he called you from London, when he asked you what the Attorney General had asked you. Well, let's go back, Colonel. Did you not talk to Mr. McFarlane after your conversation with the Attorney General?
I believe I did. I believe I talked to both Mr. McFarlane and eventually Admiral Poindexter.
Now, let's talk about Mr. McFarlane.
This is on Sunday afternoon after the Attorney General.
And when you talked to Mr. McFarlane after you had met with the Attorney General, did he ask you what happened at that meeting?
I suppose he did, or I volunteered it, one or the other.
Well, do you recall telling Mr. McFarlane about the fact that they had found the memorandum?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember telling him that you were asked about who knew?
I don't remember that part. I remember it was a profoundly difficult time because that memorandum wasn't supposed to exist.
Did I understand you to say a moment ago that if Admiral Poindexter had not told you on Friday that he had not told the President, you, quote, may well have told the Attorney General that the President did know?
No, I would.
That's a very confusing question, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Could you restate it, sir?
Did you just testify a few moments ago that had Admiral Poindexter not told you on that Friday that the President was unaware of the diversion, you might well have told the Attorney General on that Sunday that the President knew? Is that what you said?
Well, let me cast this the right way because I don't want to leave any false impressions. In the conversations that I had with the Admiral on Friday, all of which related to, as I recall them, my departure, the safety of the hostages in the second channel, the cleanup of the files, if that's an acceptable way of putting it. I asked the Admiral pointedly that day, did the President or does the President know about the fact that we used these monies to support the resistance? And he told me then, no. I think that's the last conversation I ever had with the Admiral about that aspect of it. Thus, I, having assumed all along that those things which required presidential approval indeed had them, think I conveyed to the Attorney General on Sunday just exactly those sentiments. My recollection of it is that when he asked me, did the President approve these, I told him, I guess he didn't, or what, something like that, because that's what the Admiral had told me on Friday.
And what you meant to say before, at least what I think you were trying to say, is that you had assumed for some 9 months that the President of the United States knew and approved of the diversion, correct?
I had assumed from the day I took my post at the National Security Council that those things which required the approval of the President, and I sent forward memoranda soliciting that approval, and I got the authority to proceed on various initiatives, had indeed received the approval of the President. I've testified to that.
And it wasn't until Admiral Poindexter answered your question that that assumption was shaken.
It wasn't shaken. He simply denied that the President knew.
Did you ask him, Admiral Poindexter, why did you not discuss this with the President?
No.
Why not?
First of all, I'm not in the habit of questioning my superiors. If he deemed it not to be necessary to ask the President, I saluted smartly and charged up the hill. That's what lieutenant colonels are supposed to do. I have no problem with that. I don't believe that what we did, even under those circumstances, is wrong or illegal.
And
I've told you I thought it was a good idea to begin with. I still think it was a good idea, Counsel.
And have you wondered why, if it was a good idea, that the President of the United States dismissed you because of it?
Let me just make one thing very clear, Counsel. This lieutenant colonel is not going to challenge a decision of the Commander-in-Chief for whom I still work. And I am proud to work for that Commander-in-Chief. And if the Commander-in-Chief tells this lieutenant colonel to go stand in the corner and sit on his head, I will do so. And if the Commander-in-Chief decides to dismiss me from the NSC staff, this lieutenant colonel will proudly salute and say thank you for the opportunity to have served and go. And I am not going to criticize his decision, no matter how he relieves me, sir.
Has anyone given you an explanation, Colonel North, on behalf of the President, of why he did not think it was a good idea and dismissed you?
The President of the United States saw fit to call me later the same day. And in the course of that call, which was also intensely personal, he told me words to the effect, "I just didn't know." I have no reason to disbelieve what the Commander-in-Chief told me, sir.
Did you say to him, "I received approval from Admiral Poindexter and Director Casey"?
I did not say those words to the Commander-in-Chief. I simply expressed my thanks for having been able to serve him for 5.5 years and my regrets that my service had brought forth a political firestorm and difficulties when all I sought to do was to help, and that what I may have done was to hurt him.
Now, when you were speaking to the Attorney General on the 23rd, you understood that the Attorney General was not just the Chief Legal Officer of the United States, but he was a confidant and friend of the President, correct?
Yes.
He was an advisor of the President.
I'm sorry, Counsel, would you please repeat the question?
You understood that the Attorney General was an advisor of the President?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you tell the Attorney General, an advisor to your Commander-in-Chief, that Director Casey knew?
As I said, I don't know that I did or I don't know that I didn't. I don't recall that conversation in any detail. It was consistent with a long pattern that Director Casey did not know about any support outside that provided by the CIA for the Nicaraguan resistance. And this was part of that.
Colonel North, as late as November 23, were you still prepared to conceal from the Attorney General facts relating to Director Casey?
I was prepared at that point to continue not to reveal that the diversion, as you have put it, had even occurred. You recall I had removed those files. His people had been going through them that day. I thought that I'd gotten them all.
Well, who were you protecting?
What do you mean, who was I protecting? I was protecting the lives and the safety of the people who were engaged in the operation.
Well, explain to us how telling the Attorney General of the United States that Director Casey approved a diversion would jeopardize lives, other than perhaps put him in jeopardy of this kind of investigation that you've been through.
Well, I don't know, other than the fact that this investigation could indeed result in lives being put in jeopardy.
Well,
But I mean, I don't think that a specific, thought went through my mind on that issue.
was it just instinctive that you don't mention the name of the director when you're talking to the Attorney General about knowledge of support for the Contras?
It was instinctive, counsel, from my earliest days of contact with the director, that his relationship and mine not be something that was publicly bandied about. And until these hearings, I don't believe that most people in Washington knew that the director and I communed as often as we did.
Well, how often did you commune?
I would say several times a week,
Where?
most often on the telephone. But we would meet in his office, occasionally in mine, occasionally out at the office in Langley. I can recall a couple of meetings, if not more, in his office at the Intelligence Community building across the street. I can recall meetings at his home. I recall riding in the car with him. I can recall airplane trips with him. We met enough to be able to coordinate sufficiently, and that I could seek his guidance on a number of things.
He was a person who you could confide in?
I did,
It's a person whose advice you valued?
inestimably.
Were you on a first-name basis?
He was with me. I called him by his first name, Mr. Director. I called him Mr. Casey to his face. I occasionally perhaps called him Bill. And when my father died, counsel, there were 3 people in the government of the United States that expressed their condolences. One was Admiral Poindexter, one was the Vice President of the United States, and the other one was Bill Casey. Bill Casey was, for me, a man of immense proportions, and a man whose advice I valued greatly, and a man whose concerns for this country and the future of this land were, I thought, on the right track. I may be wrong, but I don't think history will bear that out. And I took his advice to heart.
Did you look upon him in a way as a boss?
I've heard that said. I don't think so much as a boss, but I know who my superiors are, and I know the chain of command. And he wasn't a boss so much as he was a personal friend and an advisor and a person with whom I could consult and get good, solid advice, and a person to whom I could turn for support.
When you briefed him on what you were doing to keep the Contras alive, did he express his approval to you?
He never once, that I can recall, in any way disagreed with any of the things that I was doing. In fact, he gave me a number of ideas how they might be done better. And I don't recall that he ever said, don't do something you are doing. He often would suggest ways to do it better.
Did he discuss the president's views with you from time to time?
Not on areas bearing on this investigation.
President's commitment to the Contras?
Oh, in the general terms. After all, Director Casey was the one who, in the Union League Club speech, basically formulated or laid out for the first time publicly what has come to be called the Reagan Doctrine.
Did
And I think he had a very clear understanding of what the president's views were. And I think he was able to help formulate some of those in terms of a public policy position.
Did you talk to Director Casey about the financial needs of the Contras?
He probably knew more about it than I did because he was getting the raw intelligence in. But yes, we did.
And you told Director Casey about the fact that the Ayatollah would be helped paying for those needs.
Yes, I did.
And that was a matter of that had sort of a double irony, didn't it? In this sense, Colonel, that the Iranian government had been providing arms to the Sandinistas, right?
You've been reading my papers, haven't you? That's right. They tried, and they also provided oil on credit. As I recall, it was about $100 million worth over several years.
And indeed, one of the points that the President approved in the terms of reference for Mr. McFarlane to talk to the Iranian government representatives about was that they should not give this support to the Sandinistas, right?
That's correct.
And here you, a staff member of the NSC, succeeded in sort of reversing it all, getting the money for the Contras. Correct?
We did.
And that was something that Director Casey must have admired very much.
He did, to put it mildly.
And it was something that, as you've said, you were proud of.
I didn't say I was proud of it. I thought it was, I believe I said something that it
A
was
neat idea.
a neat idea.
Well, and did Director Casey ever tell you, Colonel North, this is something that you must never mention to any of your colleagues at the NSC?
I'm sorry, Counsel, would you please?
Did you discuss with Director Casey that this use of the proceeds was a matter that could be a political bombshell?
I think we probably did at a number of points. Certainly, we discussed that very clearly toward the end of my tenure. Once, I think it actually came down to detailed discussions of that. Once he was aware that there was outside intelligence on it. And I'm focusing specifically on a friend of his that had approached him and told him that he, the friend, knew about the
That's-
use of the funds.
That's Furmark,
Yes,
correct? And that was in the fall of 1986?
that's correct.
And you've testified about the fact that as a result of Furmark's statements to the director asked you to clean up your files.
That's correct.
Uh,
It was not that one singular event. I mean, things were, I think, as I indicated earlier, unraveling rather quickly. We'd had the aircraft shot down in Honduras, investigation of Southern Air Transport, which is, as far as I can determine, innocent in that transaction, General Secord's role being revealed, and then Furmark walking in, and of course that was followed by the revelations in the pamphlets in Iran, and then the newspaper in Syria, or Beirut.
Colonel, in November of 1986, after the Iranian venture had been publicized initially in Lebanon, then in papers all over the world, did you discuss the diversion with Director Casey?
Oh, sure.
Now, tell us about that, whatever you can recall.
Well, I don't recall I mean, we had several discussions about it,
Well, I'll
and
take
it was,
all several.
my recollection is that Director Casey agreed with my assessment that the time had come for someone to stand up and take the hit, or the fall. He, quite frankly, did not think that I was senior enough to do that, and suggested that I'm trying to recall, but it suggested that it was probably going to go up the line or something like that.
Did he suggest who else could take the hit?
He suggested it might be Admiral Poindexter.
Because next up to the line from you was Admiral Poindexter, wasn't it, on this matter?
Well, after Don Fortier died, that's correct. Don Fortier was the nominal deputy who had been aware, I believe, at least of some of this.
Did you discuss blaming it on Fortier after his death?
It'd be hard to blame something that was going on in November on a man who died in the summer.
No, but the original approval,
No.
so that,
I mean, first of all,
As-
Don wasn't in a position to do those approvals.
So-
I mean, it was,
so Casey, Director Casey, as I understand it, discussed with you the fact that it just might not be credible for you to take the hit, and that it might have to be Admiral Poindexter?
worse to that effect.
Did he discuss anyone else who might have to take the hit?
No, but he was concerned that the president not be damaged by it, and I shared that belief.
Now, these conversations with Director Casey took place before November 21, correct? Before and after.
I would guess so, yes. Now, one has to recall that I spent the first part of December, and you now have my
November,
travel
you
schedule.
mean?
I'm sorry, the first part of November in very heavy travel, and so did the director.
But-
My recollection is that we had one conversation early in the month, perhaps during one of my layovers in Washington, and that the next conversations weren't until very much later in the month.
Well, Colonel, at the time you had that conversation in early November, you had not yet been told by Admiral Poindexter that he had not told the President, correct?
I was not told that by Admiral Poindexter until the 21st.
So that at the time you were having your conversation with Casey, you were still laboring under the assumption that the President of the United States knew, correct?
Yes.
And did Director Casey tell you the President doesn't know?
No.
And when you and Director Casey were talking about the fact that someone had to take the hit, why did you understand that it was necessary for someone to take the hit?
Well, I think he and I certainly could see that they were going to have a major international and perhaps, and we obviously do, a domestic political drama on this thing, and that it would be helpful if someone were, as we had originally planned, when it comes time for this thing to go down the tubes, here's the guy who gets fingered for it. And again, none of us, at least certainly not me, and no one I ever talked to, ever imagined that we had done anything criminally wrong.
Now, and you've testified that, the director was known to you to be a lawyer.
He was indeed.
He had a reputation, he's a New York lawyer, had a reputation of being a very, very smart lawyer.
Is that a plug?
Yes, it is.
He was indeed.
And
And it wasn't just his assessment of himself either. Other people.
Well, but you formed it from the relationship that you had with him. You saw how Casey's mind operated.
That's correct.
It was very quick.
It sure was.
And in these conversations that you were having with the director, it was clear to you that he was concerned about damage to the president.
I think it would be beyond comprehension, counsel, that anyone who served the president, any president, wasn't concerned about that. And that's not from a Republican or Democratic partisan perspective. That is in seeing the president as the commander-in-chief, the chief executive, and the head of state. And I think that it is incumbent upon all of the servants in the executive branch to have that kind of a concern. Not so much for the man, necessarily, but for the institution of the presidency. I certainly had that, and I know Director Casey had that.
Now, on the 25th of November, I withdraw that question. Did you tell Director Casey that you were going to see the Attorney General that Sunday?
I'd already seen him by the 25th of November.
Yeah, that's the 25th. Did you tell him before you saw the Attorney General?
If I may,
Mr. Sullivan hasn't objected to you looking at it.
I do not believe I talked to the director that day about that issue. And again,
What about the prior day?
no, because I didn't know I was going to see him until the 21st. My recollection of...
Let's get the dates correct then. On the,
Okay.
you saw the Attorney General on the 23rd.
On Sunday the 23rd, right.
And you knew that you were going to see him on the 22nd. Is that correct? The Attorney General called for an appointment on the 22nd.
That is correct.
Did you speak to the director after the Attorney General asked to see you?
I do not have a recollection of doing that, no.
Now, when you talked to the director in October after the Furmark incident and in November, did he ever ask you what the memoranda looked like that you had sent up the line and that you either were going to take care of or had taken care of?
I don't believe so, because I think, at least on one occasion, I actually went over the memorandum with the director.
So he knew what it looked like, that one.
Certainly.
Now, can you recall which transaction was reflected in the memorandum that you went over with the director?
No, but I have a sense that it was probably the February one, but I don't know why I feel that. I think it may have been the February transaction.
February 1 involved 500 hawks and then another 500 hawks, a total of 1,000 hawks, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what occasioned you to go over the memorandum with the director?
My recollection is, and it is vague because it was a long time ago, it seems, that I was pursuing getting a CIA officer, a particular CIA officer, engaged in the initiative.
There's only one CIA officer whose name we used with respect to this, and that's Mr. Cave. Is that who you were talking about?
And he is the one.
Now,
And I'm sorry.
no, I'd like you to complete your answer.
My sense is that what Director Casey and I started talking about was getting Mr. Cave because of his experience in that country and his obvious language ability, so that we had a person who is, besides myself, in the government of the United States involved in this, and who knew exactly what was being said, and with whom I had absolute rapport. And he chose to make some kind of an arrangement, and I'm not certain what it was, but on a contract basis or consultancy arrangement, bring Mr. Cave back to service. And it is my recollection that we then had I guess it was right after the February transaction, so my date's a little off, but it was at some point in that time frame when I was trying to get Cave involved, and I showed the director one of those memoranda.
No. Colonel, I said 1,000 hawks, I meant toes, and I think that's what you understood.
I did.
Colonel, was the memorandum you showed him the memorandum as it existed before you sent it up the line or after it came back?
It was probably before.
Did the director in any way caution you about not sending a memorandum that called for presidential approval?
I don't recall him ever doing that.
Well,
no.
isn't it fair to say that given your strong sense of command, your belief in Director Casey, that if Director Casey said to you, did not put the president's name on a memorandum, you wouldn't have done it?
Very true.
And you continued to put the president's name in terms of having a reference in the memoranda that Admiral Poindexter should seek approval of the president, correct?
That is certainly my recollection. If we could just go to that.
Well, I'm going to come to it in more detail later, but if you have
That
something
memorandum?
that you want to say now, you better say it while you remember it.
Unkind. Again, I would like to make the point that I did not, nor do I know that others did, highlight that aspect of it in those memoranda. And if you will note that the one memorandum that still exists, drafted at some point in April, is 5 pages long with a 4-page attachment, and there are only 8 lines that refer in those many pages to that specific part of the transaction. And what is very important is that the use, and I know that that is the focus of this investigation, but that the use of the funds derived as residuals, as I call them, or you call diversions, was not viewed as the preeminent activity ongoing. The preeminent activity was to establish a relationship with Iran and all of the other things that would derive therefrom. And that we saw, as Director Casey put it, the ultimate irony in that as a part of this process, we could continue to support the desperately needy Nicaraguan resistance.
Colonel, you said that you didn't highlight it. It's also true you didn't conceal it in the memorandum.
I don't think I concealed from my superiors anything that I did, and I think the record is very clear in the stacks of paper that you have.
And the record is very clear in the memorandum that has survived that you didn't conceal it.
I did not.
And indeed, in a rather hurried inspection, Brad Reynolds spotted it pretty quickly, didn't he?
I don't know how long it took him to find it. They spent, many hours in my office that day, nor did they reveal it to me when they found it.
Now, they revealed it to you the next day, though, didn't they?
Certainly did.
Now, is the reason that Director Casey asked you after the Furmark incident to get rid of the memoranda because of that one paragraph or two that referred to diversion?
I don't know that that was solely on his mind. I think what the director was concerned about, and I'm quite sure that the director was concerned that you have and this was the mistake that I made, among others perhaps, depending on your perspective. But the operational mistake was to cross the two operations in the person of perhaps this guy here and the others who are having to carry it out. Operationally, if you have other alternatives, you don't do that. And I didn't at the time have other alternatives. Second, I think what Director Casey saw was that there was going to be a major unraveling of the activities. Furmark was part of it. The aircraft shoot down over Nicaragua was part of it. And that was further compounded by early November, when we knew that leaflets were being handed out by another faction within the government of Iran, revealing the May trip by Mr. McFarlane and his party.
But, Colonel, the Hassenfuss shoot-down involved Contra support, correct?
True.
And Furmark was complaining about the fact that investors hadn't gotten paid out of the proceeds of the sale, correct?
No. The problem with the Furmark revelation was that Furmark told him, as I remember it, that Ghorbanifar had already told two members of Congress that monies from the sale of weapons to Iran had been diverted to use of the Contras. And those names are in the notebooks that I gave you, sir.
Well, you gave us a lot of notebooks, and I have not seen those in the notebooks, so I'm going to ask your counsel at a recess to point them out to us. Do you know what the names are?
I don't recall them now, and I sure wouldn't want to be inaccurate on that.
Now, but the director was talking about diversion in terms of Furmark.
The concerns that the director addressed to me was that, look, you've had the shoot down of the Hassenfuss airplane. That operation's in trouble. Furmark has now come and told me that other people are very aware of the fact that the arms sales to Iran have generated funds that have gone to support the Contras, and it's getting out.
Did he say that this had been called to members of Congress who might start an investigation?
I don't recall that part of it, but apparently Ghorbanifar had claimed to Furmark that members of Congress are being made aware, or had been.
And you therefore were told to get rid of memoranda that reflected that.
I was told to clean up the files.
And that meant to you to get rid of memoranda that reflected that, right?
Anything to do with the residuals, or as you call diversion.
And
yes.
That meant that you went through your files to make sure that you found the memoranda that referred to the residuals, as you call them.
Yes.
And when you went through the files, do you recall how many you found?
The specific memoranda seeking approval?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't. And what I probably found were dozens and dozens of memoranda relating to the residuals and the application to the Contra, among other things. And so what I'm saying, and probably several copies of even the April one, which I thought I'd gotten all of them.
Well, when you say that there were dozens,
All within the 5 that I sought approval for. I
okay,
don't-
so that there were copies of the 5.
Exactly.
And did you look over them to see whose names were written on them?
I think we've already been through this once, Counsel.
You said you
and I
didn't
don't
recall, and I'm asking you whether you looked.
I don't even remember looking. I remember if there was
Well,
something...
you've answered it then.
Yeah.
You said you did not look. Is that right?
Would you like to answer the question, counsel, for him?
No, I'd like him to keep his answers to the questions, and if that's the answer, then we ought to move on. Is that the answer, that you did not look?
May we have the question, please, Mr. Chairman?
Did you look to see whose names were written on those memos?
I do not recall looking to see whose names were written on the memos.
And do you recall looking to see whether they had check marks or initials?
I do not.
Now, on this day, November 25, did you find time, this is November 25 when you were dismissed, to write out a list of priorities in your notebooks? Things that were important to you.
Yes.
And was that before or after the press conference?
It was after.
Now, when did you take these diaries out of your office, these steno pads?
My recollection is that most, well, not, I don't know if it's most, some were already at home. Some were still in the office, and I think, if I remember right, all but the last one, and maybe even that too, left with me on the afternoon of the 25th.
Now, you've testified over the last few days about the need to maintain operational security in a covert operation, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that one of the reasons for shredding documents was to even keep them from a successor. Is that correct?
A successor to my position at the NSC, yes.
Is it fair to say Sullivan sees my next question. Is it fair to say that
He sometimes reads my mind, too.
is it fair to say that the steno books that you took home contained very sensitive information?
It is likely with interpretation that the steno books are sensitive, yes.
Part of the interpretation is your handwriting.
Well, certainly that, but
But
if you're
there
criticizing
are-
my penmanship, I'm...
But there are names in those books,
Yes,
and you indeed uttered a prayer to the committee that we treat these books with sensitivity and respect their security. You did that yesterday, as I recall, correct?
I did.
Now, the home that you took these books to is a home that you had a great deal of concern about security for, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to me, someone who's never been in a position such as yours, as to why you would be concerned about the security of documents locked in an NSC office, subject to all sorts of security regulations and access restrictions, but not concerned about keeping them at home?
Well, again, as I said, I may have had a few of them at home. I don't really recall how many, if indeed there were. I removed the rest of them on the 25th, along with several hundred pages of other documents, for one purpose, and that was to protect myself. Because after the press conference, my perspective changed, and it became one of protecting myself. And that was the reason to remove those notebooks from the NSC and to take those documents from the White House with me.
Now, when did you do your shredding before the 25th, which was the last preceding day in which you did shredding that was out of the ordinary?
It is entirely likely that I was shredding documents as late as the morning of the 25th.
Did the Attorney General, when you met with him on the 23rd, ask you to preserve every single document?
No.
Did you, when you returned from your meeting with the Attorney General on the 23rd, go to your office and do shredding of documents that day?
I honestly don't remember, but I know I shredded documents after that fact. After the, you're talking about after the Sunday
After the
interview.
meeting with the Attorney General where he confronted you with the diversion memo?
I think what I did, if I remember it all accurately, a time that was becoming increasingly difficult, in your words, my recollection is that I went back to the White House to try and call Admiral Poindexter on the telephone. And he had, on a rare Sunday afternoon, I guess, when he could get away with his family, gone to the Redskins game. You plug New York lawyers, I plug the Redskins. As I recall, he was not yet home, and it was probably then, if I called Mr. McFarland, that I called him, and probably from the sit room. And I would guess that I probably went back to my office at that point and for some time continued to clean up the files. I would also point out to the committee that I destroyed documents that had absolutely nothing to do with either Iran or the Nicaraguan resistance, that no longer would be applicable in the event that I was soon to be transferred.
Do you recall that on Monday morning, the 24th, the shredder was full and overflowing?
I don't remember that it was necessarily Monday, but I do remember that happened at some point, yes.
Do you remember shredding documents during the lunch hour on the 22nd, when the representatives of the Attorney General's office had left for their lunch?
I remember shredding documents while they were in there reading documents.
You're shredding them in their presence?
Well, I mean, they were sitting in my office, and the shredder was right outside, and I walked out and shredded documents.
More than a few pieces of paper, right?
Pardon?
It would be more than a few pieces of paper.
Well, that's a pretty high-speed shredder. It eats them pretty quick. And I'm not trying to be light about it, but I mean, they were sitting in my office reading, and I'd finish a document, say, we don't need that anymore. I'd walk up, and I'd go out and shred it. They could hear it. The shredder was right outside the door.
Well, I'm not trying to be light about it either.
I'm not either.
That you would go up there and take documents that they had finished reading?
No. I want to be very clear. They were sitting, I had my office, and you've now had a diagram of this palatial basement office on the 3rd floor of the old EOB. It was up on the wall here somewhere. And the desk that I had was in the corner of my office, and then there was a table about this size, and on that table was laid out all of the Iran documents. And I was working at my desk on other things, literally cleaning up files on lots of things. And when I'd finish with a handful of documents, I'd walk up, walk past them, walk out the door, you know where the shredder was, turn the corner, turn on the shredder, and drop them in.
And did anyone say to you, Colonel, what are you doing?
No, and I didn't think anything of it either. I mean, you know, what you got to understand, counsel, is that I didn't think I'd done anything wrong.
Well, I understand.
Okay, and I don't think that they necessarily thought that I had done anything wrong.
Well,
and so an officer who's got a shredder in his office ought to be, if he's not on the telephone or reading or writing documents and needs to get rid of them, puts them in the shredder.
Well, the record is that before lunch hour, Mr. Reynolds found the diversion document.
But he didn't
And
tell
I know he
me.
didn't tell you, Colonel, so if you wait for the question, you're going to get your opportunity to answer. I'm not interrupting your answers.
Yeah.
Not at all. He found that document. He attached significance to that document. And what you're saying is that even after that, which occurred before lunch, you were there taking batches of documents past these attorneys from the Department of Justice and shredding them, and they weren't saying, stop, we'd like to look, what are you doing, we're concerned, none of that, right?
I'm not trying to leave the wrong impression, counsel. Okay, what I'm saying to you is, I thought, and perhaps they thought, and I'm trying to be in several people's mind at once, is that they were looking for the facts on what had transpired in September and October, November of 1985. All right? And what I was told they were looking for, I thought was in the files that I gave them. Let me finish. I was also engaged in a number of other projects of national security importance. The fact that I was shredding documents, I don't think would be unusual to them. This was, after all, an office with a shredder in it. I mean, I'm not trying to say that these guys were just letting me willy-nilly go and shred documents. I had a shredder for that purpose. If I'd finished reading a top-secret cable of intelligence value, you don't leave those things sitting around your office. You destroy them after you read them. And that's what I was doing.
Colonel, were you taking single documents over to the shredder, or were you taking files over to the shredder?
I was not taking files. I would go through a file. I was sitting at my desk. They were working 10 feet from me. And we would go, they were working on their projects. I was working on mine.
Yes. Yeah. I want to hear more about it. Go ahead.
Well, no,
I'm not
I just-
interrupting.
I mean, I don't think you ought to accuse them of incompetence because they stopped a guy from doing his job. That's why the government of the United States gave me a shredder.
But your job on that day was to get rid of files, wasn't it? That's what you came in for.
No, that isn't what I came in for. I was working desperately, among other things, and I received 2 or 3 phone calls on it to keep the hostages alive. Good grief, we'd had this stuff all over the newspapers. The Israelis were calling me every half hour, and I was working with those people. They heard me taking the phone calls.
Colonel,
I was also in the process of looking after several other action packages that I had to move across the street on totally unrelated issues.
Colonel, was your work on the phone with the Israelis leading you to shred documents?
Objection.
On occasion.
Weren't you going through your files to get rid of embarrassing documents?
Embarrassing? No. Documents that would compromise the national security of the United States, documents that would put lives at risk, documents that would demonstrate a covert action in U.S. direction and control and relationship to it, yes.
Are you-
Embarrassing? No. I'm not embarrassed to be here, counsel.
Are you saying, Colonel, that it would... What? Just keep going with it. Don't you think so? Never they listen. Are you saying, Colonel, that you thought that allowing the Attorney General of the United States or his representatives to see documents would jeopardize lives?
No. What I'm saying to you, counsel, is that revelations regarding those documents would destroy lives. Many of the documents that I destroyed that day, prior to that day, and after that day, had absolutely no relationship to the Iranian activities. They had to do with Nicaraguan resistance activities. They had to do with counter-terrorist operations. Things that were, just as this committee has, I think, a scope within which they operate, they were looking for specific Iranian associated activities. And thus, if I had a file of matters pertaining to support for the internal opposition in Nicaragua, or people who I had contacted in Europe and with whom I had worked to get weapons for the Nicaraguan resistance, and sitting there at my desk, I would pull those out and look at them and say, North, if you're not here tomorrow, this doesn't need to be found by anybody. I would take them over to the shredder and destroy them. That's what I'm saying. It was beyond the pale of their inquiry.
Colonel, those were files that you had assembled over time, correct?
5.5 years, sir.
And those were files that had remained secure for 5.5 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you knew whoever your successor was, who would occupy that office, would be someone who was selected by the National Security Advisor. Is that correct?
I did not know that the person who moved into that office would share the same responsibilities or indeed have anything to do with the matters in which I had worked. And the documents that existed in the permanent files were all that were necessary to carry on whatever other, the activities in which I was engaged, and it was only a part of my work, counsel, in support of the Nicaraguan resistance and in support of the Iranian initiative, were being terminated. There was no need to retain those documents.
Do you deny, Colonel, that one of the reasons that you were shredding documents that Saturday was to avoid the political embarrassment of having these documents be seen by the Attorney General's staff?
I do not deny that.
I think this is a good time for a break.
The hearing will stay in recess for 10 minutes.
That's for your information. There will be visuals here.
What it is a indication from the security center that the alarm in my office had gone off, and that the alarm was cleared, and I was there until 04:15 in the morning.
And the following morning, Ms. Brown told us that the shredder was full. Does that refresh you?
I don't deny that. I don't remember that it was. I fully and completely have testified, counsel, that I shredded documents, I believe, right up until the morning of the 25th when I departed.
Do you remember at all telling your secretary at one point that you were leaving a document that the Justice Department could have fun with?
I do not recall that.
Do you remember?
On what day did I allegedly do this?
21st.
I do not recall that.
And if you don't recall it, you don't remember what the document was.
I don't recall the conversation, nor do I recall the thought. I'm not denying that I said it. Those were, as you indicated earlier, counsel, difficult times. Trying to maintain a sense of humor under those circumstances is difficult at best.
Now, do you recall, and I don't want to belabor this, believe me, but we have to get facts.
I am here to give you the facts, counsel.
Do you recall that on that Saturday when the Justice Department representatives left for lunch, that you left the room with Commander Thompson and with a group of documents that you had to shred in the West Wing because your shredder was no longer working? That ring any bell with you, sir?
It does not, but I do know that I used the shredder, which was identical in the West Wing to mine, on a number of occasions.
Do you recall using it in that period?
I don't, but I certainly don't deny it.
And did you use it when your shredder was full and not operational?
I may have. But again, counsel, I'm not denying that. I may well have. If someone said that I did, it is entirely likely that I did do that.
Did you tell Admiral Poindexter that you were going to be shredding documents other than the diversion documents which you had said you had already gotten rid of?
I don't recall specifically saying that, but I do recall assuring him on a number of occasions that I had taken care of my files, that I had shredded things, that basically the files were cleaned up. That was the basic input.
I want to move to another topic,
Could I,
Colonel.
before we leave that, if we may, counsel, again, I well recognize that there are certainly people who think it might have been something else, but the efforts to destroy those documents over the course of that period of time beginning in October, I never once believe to be anything criminal at all. I did not believe that anything I had done to that point was criminal. And I didn't think that it was anything other than preserving the integrity of activities and operations, the lives of people who were out there at stake, the various things that I had done that no longer were relevant. Some of them were history and never would be done again. Simply didn't need to be exposed in any way. And one cannot be certain, in an expansive answer to your comment, that whoever came in would be chosen by a national security advisor. I'm not certain that one ought to rest with the assurance that the person that comes in to replace you shares your same values or necessarily shares the same perspective that you have on a number of things. And I'm not saying I have an exclusive view of what is right or wrong. I believe that the things I did were right, and I believe that the lives of the people with whom I worked needed to be protected. I knew that the successor that was coming in wasn't going to do that. The CIA was now back actively engaged in support of the Nicaraguan resistance. And the names and the addresses and the places and the people with whom I had worked during the period of time in which the CIA was not engaged need not be exposed by anybody. And I want you to know that that was a lot of what was going through my mind.
Colonel, since you chose to give that answer, I'm not going to leave the subject for a moment. First, let me make a statement that it will probably provide no comfort to you for you to understand that we are not prosecutors here, and we're not here to assess criminal responsibility. I understand that there is an independent counsel somewhere working in other offices, but you should understand that our assessment is of a different nature.
Counsel, I understand that you're saying that, but I have heard members of this committee who have said that I did wrong, that I wouldn't even need counsel, or that I wouldn't have abided by my rights under the Constitution, but for the fact that I had done wrong. And I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now.
Are you saying, sir, that you do not believe that it was wrong to misrepresent facts to the Congress of the United States?
I have admitted that, but I didn't think it was criminal.
I'm not talking about what was criminal. You just chose the word wrong. Are you saying, sir, that it wasn't wrong to misrepresent facts to the Attorney General of the United States?
I have testified as to what I believed to be right and wrong before, and
Now-
you have had that, and it's
Now-
on the record.
Now, Colonel, you have talked about the fact that you didn't know who your successor would be, and that was one of the reasons for engaging in all of this activity in the days before you left office. Correct?
That is correct.
The one thing you knew was that people taking tours of the White House couldn't go into your office and look at the files there, right?
Not without the combination of my door.
And the other thing that you knew was that the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, whom you respect and revere, and I suspect love, had asked the Attorney General to do a fact-finding mission. That's correct, isn't it?
Actually, I don't know that Admiral Poindexter, when he told me about the fact-finding inquiry on the 21st, that he specified that it was the President who had asked that that be done, but I did come to know that. That is correct.
Would it have made a difference to you in your actions if you felt that the Attorney General was proceeding on the specific instructions of the President as opposed to the Admiral?
Would what have made a difference? That my actions
Whether or
be
not-
any different?
Yes, sir.
Objection. It's a hypothetical question.
Would
Just
you-
pure speculation.
You say that you were not sure whether the Attorney General was conducting this inquiry at the request of the President or at the request of the Admiral. That's what I heard you say.
No, what I said was, I don't know that the Admiral told me on the 21st that the President, at least I don't recall knowing at the time, that the Admiral told me that this was being done at the request of the President. He
Would-
may well have told me that.
Would you have shredded less documents on the 22nd if you had been told that the Attorney General was acting at the specific request of the President, your Commander-in-Chief?
Objection.
Your objection,
It's
sir.
pure speculation. Dreamland. It has two ifs in it, and Mr. Lyman knows better than most that
May I
those
advise-
kinds of questions, Mr. Chairman, are wholly inappropriate, not just because of rules of evidence, not because you couldn't say it in a court, but because it's just dreamland. It's speculation. He says, if you'd done this, and if you'd done that, and if you'd done that, what about this? Come on, let's have, Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
certain
plain
counsel-
fairness.
May I-
Plain fairness. That's
May I
all we're
speak,
asking
sir?
for.
May I speak?
Yes, sir.
I'm certain counsel realizes that this is not a court of law.
Believe me, I know that.
And I'm certain you realize that the rules of evidence do not apply in this inquiry.
That I know as well. I'm just asking for fairness. Fairness. I know the rules don't apply. I know the Congress doesn't recognize attorney-client privilege, a husband and wife privilege, priest-penitent privilege. I know those things are all out
We
the window.
have attempted
and we
to
rely,
be as
rely
fair
on just
as we
fairness,
can.
Mr. Chairman. Fairness.
Let the witness object if he wishes to.
Well, sir, I'm not a potted plant. I'm here as the lawyer. That's my job.
Mr. Lyman, please proceed with that question.
Let me answer it with a hypothetical answer.
Colonel, you testified when I put a question to you that you did not recall whether the Admiral had told you that the President had requested the Attorney General to act. Do you recall that?
I do.
You are the person who volunteered that fact in response to one of my questions. Do you recall that?
I do.
And my question to you was, would that have made a difference? You're the person who surfaced it.
Don't get angry, counsel. I'm going to answer your question. If the Admiral had told me that the President had asked the Attorney General to conduct a fact-finding inquiry into all of the aspects of what I had done, and that I should tell the Attorney General everything, then I would have done so. Does that answer your question, sir?
And
The Admiral did not tell me that.
if the Admiral had told you that, you wouldn't have done the quantity of shredding that you did, is that correct?
We can play hypothetical games all night. If the Admiral had told me not to shred, I wouldn't have shredded.
Did you tell the Admiral that you were going to shred?
Pardon?
Did you tell the Admiral that you were going to shred?
I told the Admiral that I was cleaning up my files. I told him that well before this began. I assured him on the 21st that I'd already done most of it.
Mr. Chairman, may I object, please? There has to be a reasonable limit to questions posed about shredding. I mean, how many hours, how many days, how many times? The Colonel has admitted shredding, I would say, conservatively, 125 times. I please respectfully ask, could we move on?
I honestly think, and I'm not trying to be light about it, we've spent more time talking about it than I spent doing it. I honestly mean that. I shredded. I was never told not to shred. I shredded because I thought it was the right thing to do. When I didn't have a shredder, I put it in a burn bag and they were burned. And when the time came that I saw the entire situation change and I was faced with the possibility of being the victim of a criminal prosecution, I then took action to protect myself. I took my notebooks home and I took papers home, and I kept them until I turned them over to you
Now,
and to the White House.
let's move on to a different subject. I want to talk about Boland. You, in your statement today that you read, said that you felt like you had been caught in the middle of a constitutional battle between the executive branch and Congress over foreign policy prerogatives. Remember that thought?
I do.
We have up on the board the joint resolution, which is called the Boland Amendment. It's one of them. And I'd like you to observe 3 signatures on it, sir. One of them is Thomas O'Neill, Speaker of the House. The next is Strom Thurmond, who was the President pro tem of the Senate. And the third signature is one that you recognize, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I hope all Americans do.
That's the President of the United States.
That's right.
So this bill here, the Boland Amendment, represented a law passed by Congress and signed by the President of the United States, correct?
That is correct.
And
A part of a bill. That's correct.
you not only have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution and all of the laws, but you've risked your life to do that. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
The medals on your chest, which I think all of us respect and know what they stand for, were gained in defending our way of government, correct?
Yes.
You talked very, very eloquently the other day about a democratic outcome in Nicaragua, correct?
I tried to.
And I think you believe...
Chairman, point of order. May I ask a question of your staff on this? May I, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Is that exhibit, that is not in the form in which the President signed it, or Strom Thurmond, or Thomas P. Tip O'Neill? That's a composite, I believe, part of a huge, large, monstrous, continuing resolution with all sorts of things in it. And of course, the name of the game is give it to him in October after the fiscal year is over, and he has to sign it. So I just kind of think there's a little overreaching here by Mr. Lyman, as though the President rushed into his Oval Office to sign the Boland Amendment. That was part of a huge appropriation that is absolutely indispensable to keep government going, that the President has to sign literally with a gun to his head, because that's the way we appropriate. We don't consider these things individually on their merits. We wait until the 11th hour of the 11th minute of the 11th day, and then we give them a huge banquet full of appropriations and say, sign it or else. So it just seems to me, Mr. Chairman, there's a little overreaching here by council, and I would just like to register. Incidentally, I'm told that was the largest continuing resolution we'd ever passed to date. 13 appropriation bills were in there. So just a little thought that we put it in context.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
I thank you for your clarification.
Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry to have to do this, and I'm not going to make a speech, but I certainly don't want to be part of an effort to demean the President of the United States that he doesn't know what he's signing. And the witness is smart enough to have already said as part of the testimony that this represents part of a bill, so he's very much aware of what this is all about.
And I believe the record should show that the President did sign the bill. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, this blow-up was prepared by the House Committee, and as I understand it, reviewed for fairness by all counsel there and accepted by us. It's been used before without objection so far as I know.
Mr. Chairman, it's not accepted by this member. That's a composite. That is not the way the amendment was signed, and it's a little fractional part of a huge bunch of appropriations, and you're pretending that the President read that and he signed it and he knew what I'm sure he knew it was in there, but I'm sure he had to take it. Well, if you're satisfied with that way of appropriating in this Jenkins Hill operation, you can be satisfied with it, but you're not kidding anybody. And I'm not referring to the chairman, I'm referring to whoever dreamed up this composite exhibit, and I thank the chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Colonel North,
I did not hear an answer to counsel if this is a composite. It looks like a composite to me, and I just want to ask if counsel, is that a composite?
I believe so.
Thank you.
It is.
You know it's a composite.
I know well it is a composite. The President's signature was considerable number of pages later.
Mr. Chairman, in order to have fairness, I'd like to request that an enlargement of the Constitution of the way a law becomes a law be put up there.
I will instruct the staff.
Mr. Chairman,
have the
perhaps we could have the
constitutional
whole
law.
continuing resolution, of which this was a fractional part, cover the walls.
Colonel, was the Boland Amendment the subject of some discussion at the White House?
It was.
It was not something that slipped through, is that fair to say?
The whole issue of the many different Boland proscriptions and amendments and the like were, for a protracted period of time, the subject of discussion.
You participated with other members of the NSC in an effort to persuade Congress that it was wrong.
Yes, we did.
It was a matter of high priority for the President to continue support to the Contras as a way of bringing pressure on the Sandinista government for what you call a democratic outcome. Is that correct?
It was frequently the subject of presidential public pronouncements, his speeches, and the President was indeed concerned that we be able to continue to provide support to the Nicaraguan resistance.
And you have no doubt that when the President of the United States signed the appropriations bill, he knew he was signing the Bowen Amendment into law, correct?
There is no doubt that at the 11th hour of that budget action, an appropriations action, that the President was well aware that it was in it. It was also, as I recall, on the second go-around that we'd had in continuing resolutions that year, as we often do, an effort to pass a budget, that this appeared on the President's desk, and that we were running out of time and money, not just for the Nicaraguan resistance, but for the government of the United States as well.
And you are well aware, sir, that while you served at the NSC, that the President signed some laws which he chose to challenge in courts on grounds of constitutionality, such as the Graham-Rudman bill.
That's true, but I hope you're not going to engage me in a lawyerly debate.
You can assure I will
on
not,
that.
because I can see Mr. Sullivan's ready.
Sometimes I can read his mind.
But you understood, sir, that the President signed this and that this was now the law of the land.
Indeed.
And now, prior to the time that the Contras ran out of money in the spring of 1984, is it correct that the CIA was providing them with assistance?
How far have we gone in admitting to that in this
Well, that
public
can be
hearing?
answered yes or no.
Objection. The problem is it's been answered yes 15, 20 times.
Then we would have been past this.
Yes, we would have.
I am still uncertain, Mr. Chairman, as to what it is that we're supposed to be confirming or denying regarding U.S. intelligence activities. And if you tell me I can answer yes to that question, I will do so.
You may answer yes or no.
Yes.
And you then testified that you were given a task of keeping the body and soul of the Contras together, correct?
That is correct.
Whose words are the body and soul?
As they were relayed to me, they were the words of the President.
And did you understand those words to mean to keep them together in the field as a fighting force until Congress turned money back on?
And more. To keep them together as a viable political opposition, to keep them alive in the field, to bridge the time between the time when we would have no money and the time when the Congress would vote again, to keep the effort alive because the President committed publicly to go back, in his words, again and again and again to support the Nicaraguan resistance. And I not only did that, but I went down and talked, as you now know from my notebooks, with the heads of state of Central American and other countries, with the political leadership of those other countries, in an effort to do just exactly that.
Now, did the job that
And I also believe, sir, that that action, direction to me as a member of the President's staff was just as legal as that proscription taking away funding.
And did you understand that that direction was emanating from the President of the United States himself?
I did.
And did I read your expression correctly when you winced yesterday when someone read from the Tower report that the President said that he didn't know that the NSC staff was helping the Contras?
I don't know what you read in my wince. It may have been that my back hurt.
Well, if I were to read this to you, the President told the board on January 26, 1987, that he did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras. The board is aware of no evidence to suggest that the President was aware of Lieutenant Colonel North's activities. First, does it come as a surprise to you that the President did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras?
And my answer?
Your answer, sir?
It's there in the record.
He's reading from the...
I'm
You're
reading from the Tower
Could
report.
we see a copy, sir, to make sure it's accurate, please?
I think I can read this correctly.
While we have studied the document, I'd like to advise the members of the Senate that a vote is in progress at this time.
Your question, sir?
Your counsel has asked to read what the Tower Board report says, and it's in the last paragraph on the page. The President told the Board on January 26, 1987, that he did not know that the NSC staff was engaged in helping the Contras. Take that sentence.
I read it.
Does that come as a surprise to you?
Yes.
Now, who was it who conveyed the instructions of the President that you should keep the body and the soul of the Contras together?
Mr. Robert C. McFarland.
And over the course of the period that you were at the NSC, you reported, as you've testified regularly, to Mr. McFarland and Mr. Poindexter, Admiral Poindexter, on what you were doing to carry out this mission. Correct?
You have far more than my testimony to confirm that.
And you also reported to Mr. Casey.
That's correct.
Now,
And you have
is
more
it-
than my testimony to confirm that.
Is it fair to say Colonel, that you were confronted with a dilemma? When? Well, I'll explain what it is, and you'll either confirm it or not. On the one hand, you were told to keep the Contras alive, including as a fighting force, to run what you called a full-service covert operation.
I didn't call it
them.
that.
Well, to provide them with covert support, including covert support assisting them militarily. And on the other hand, you had the Boland Amendment there. That present a problem for you, sir?
The question is, did the Boland Amendment create a problem?
Now, did you find
Dilemma?
that you were in a conflicted position, sir?
No. We sought means by which we could comply with Boland and still keep the Nicaraguan resistance in the field, politically viable, and supported diplomatically and politically throughout the world.
Now,
And I think we found it.
Now, did you think that you had found those means, sir, when you recommended to your superiors that they sink a ship called the Menimbo?
I didn't ask my superiors to sink a ship. I asked my superiors for their views and recommendations on dealing with that ship.
Did you ask your superiors to assist in providing intelligence and other assistance so that that ship could be sunk?
Maybe we're misunderstanding each other. If I recall the event, I proposed several alternatives for dealing with that ship. I suggested that I do certain things, that the resistance and others associated with resistance do certain things, and if I recall correctly, the ship ended up on its side on the beach.
Did you believe that you were complying with Boland when you made the recommendation to your superiors, which included assisting in the sinking or seizure of the Menimbo?
Indeed, I did.
Did you believe that you were complying with Boland when you took intelligence from the CIA and passed it to the Contras through Robert Owen?
Yes, and the intelligence that I passed myself personally, and it wasn't all from the CIA. Much of it came from the Department of Defense.
And did you understand at the time that the CIA and the Department of Defense couldn't pass that intelligence directly?
Exactly.
and you believe that it was compliance with Boland, that it was fulfilling the purposes of Boland for you to take the intelligence from the CIA or the Department of Defense and pass it to the Contras. That's what you're saying?
I'm not saying that it was fulfilling the purposes of Boland. I'm saying it was working around the problem that Boland would have created and trying to comply with Boland that allowed me to do that.
Well, another word for working around, for people who've had some Latin, is circumvent. Are you saying that you thought you found a legal way of circumventing Boland, or that you found a way of complying with Boland?
I think we found a legal way of complying with Boland.
Did you believe that you found a way of complying with Boland when you were recommending to your superiors that they solicit money from the current donors?
I don't believe I recommended that my superiors solicit money.
If we will look at those memos, but you have no recollection now of having recommended to Mr. McFarland that he go back to the current donors, namely Country 2, to get more money in 1985?
I may well have, counsel, and if you would show me the document, I'm sure it would help to refresh my recollection.
I certainly will. 149,
Exhibit number?
149. There's another one, too. If you
I remember the memo.
Colonel North, if you look at your recommendation, it says that the current donors be approached to provide 15 to 20 million additional between now and June 1, 1985.
It does indeed read that way, and I did indeed write the memo.
And did you believe that you were complying with Boland when you made that recommendation?
Absolutely, counsel. I see nothing in Section 8066 of the joint resolution that in any way deters, prevents, stops, or prohibits me, Mr. McFarland, or anyone else in the executive branch from going to a current donor or a future donor and doing just exactly what's suggested there. And if it had prohibited it, I wouldn't have recommended it.
And Colonel, if you look at Exhibit 261, which is another of your memos, this one dated May 1, 1985, you'll see that there it says, recommendation that the current donors be approached to provide the remainder of their $25 million pledge. And then Mr. McFarland crossed out and an additional $15 to $20 million between now and June 1, 1985. You wrote that too, correct?
Certainly.
Now, you said that...
But again, counsel, what I'm saying is there is nothing in what you have so graciously put up on the wall that prohibits that action.
Now, isn't it a fact, Colonel, that you and your colleagues in the NSC spent a good deal of time formulating a legislative policy that would get permission from the Congress to solicit third countries for support for the Contras? Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall that you wrote memos on that subject, reviewing the options for getting congressional legislation?
That's correct.
And do you recall that after these memos recommending going back to the current donors were written, Congress in December 1985 amended Boland to permit solicitation of humanitarian aid. Do you remember that, sir?
If you say it was in December '85, I'm sure that it must be.
Well, you remember that the bill was passed, correct?
I do.
And it was, I believe, in December of '85, well after this. You remember that, don't you?
Yes.
And so, is what you are telling us now that this legislation that you fought to get was superfluous?
No.
Was this legislation that was intended to restrict what you already had the power to do?
Not at all.
You sought this legislation to get authorization for something that somebody in the administration thought you didn't have the power to do, correct?
Not necessarily. As I recall the entire process of trying to restore what became $100 million worth of aid to the Nicaraguan resistance, is we took it step by step by step. As I recall, the instructions were to bite off a little at a time and start moving back toward full support. And the next step in that was to get appropriated $27 million worth of humanitarian assistance and the permission to get full intelligence support. And finally, we got back to full $100 million worth of military and political support.
Colonel,
going step by step by step.
Colonel, this was an additional bite, getting the permission from Congress to solicit for humanitarian aid, correct? Using your term, bite at a time.
Yes, and to have people besides the National Security Council be able to do those things. But
Well,
quite honestly, Counsel, I see nothing in either that section of the continuing resolution appropriations, nor the Constitution of the United States, that in any way prohibits the President or his personal staff from interacting with foreign heads of state, as I did, as Mr. McFarland did, or their representatives, to this end.
Colonel, I
think-
want you to know I am not trying to take away a legal position that you may have to urge in court if the
I'm not arguing my
independent
own
counsel brings a proceeding.
Let me just say
trying
something about that, Counsel.
I'm-
If I was that concerned about that outcome, I wouldn't be here right now. The fact is, I sincerely believe that the President of the United States can send his emissaries anywhere in the world to talk to anybody about anything.
So,
And I think the Constitution hasn't been changed since it was written in that he could do that.
did you recommend that the President of the United States seek legislation giving permission for the State Department to seek humanitarian aid?
Yes, I was
And
one
at
of
the
many who
time-
participated in that.
And at the time you participated in that recommendation, are you telling us you believed that the...
Please continue.
At the time that you participated in that recommendation, are you telling us that you believed that the President of the United States was free to solicit both lethal and humanitarian aid by sending any emissary of his choosing?
From his own staff, any emissary that worked inside the 18 acres known as the White House complex, absolutely no problem whatsoever. And I see nothing inconsistent with asking for legislation to support that and still allowing us to do what we did under Boland.
Did you or any member of your staff ever tell Congress that you already were free to and were engaging in the solicitation of lethal aid at the time you asked Congress for permission to do restricted solicitation of humanitarian aid?
No, and by the way, my staff was, at that point in time, consisted of me and a secretary, so...
Well, did any of your colleagues, to your knowledge, tell that to Congress?
No, very few of my colleagues knew.
In fact, The law changed to permit this limited solicitation in December 1985, and you have already reviewed with Mr. Niels the letters that were written in August of 1985 by Mr. McFarland saying that you weren't engaged in solicitation and that the NSC staff was abiding by the letter and spirit of Boland.
That's correct.
Now, is what you are telling us today that when you helped in the participation of the letter saying that we are complying with the letter and spirit of Boland, what we are saying is that Boland doesn't apply to us, and so we're complying with its letter and spirit.
Exactly.
And that is what you think is a fair reading of that letter?
Well, I have not denied, counsel. I have admitted that the letters are misleading, evasive, and wrong.
Did you?
I'm talking, if you're talking about the specific part that we are living within the letter of Boland, absolutely.
Now,
and as you know, my recommendation all along was to withhold that information.
But your recommendation all along would have been to confront Congress on this.
You
right?
got it. And if I may, just let me answer that. I think, and I mean no criticism of my superiors or anyone else, but I think, as one of the members of this panel has indicated, that we all would have been better served by that confrontation. Not a confrontation of a lieutenant colonel sitting across from the panel of elected officials of the government of the United States, or even taking it to the Supreme Court in my own defense. But the fact is, there should have been that. And I agree with what one of the members of this panel has said, that that should have been done. But nonetheless, it was chosen to go another way, and I believe that the way we went was legal.
But your commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, chose not to confront Congress on this, correct?
Correct.
And he chose to settle in December 1985 for a law that permitted restricted solicitation for humanitarian purposes.
As one of the steps to getting back to where we are today.
And at the time that he was settling for that compromise, the NSC was conducting its operation as if Boland didn't apply to it and as if it could do whatever solicitation it wanted to do, correct?
Certainly.
And indeed, if you did not feel that that was the policy of the President of the United States, you never would have participated in the diversion of the Ayatollah's money, which was getting money from Iran, right?
That's correct.
And you've made it very clear, and I think it's painful for you, that whatever you did here, you did because you believed that you were carrying out the policy of the administration. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, you are aware, and it's been referred to by my friend Mr. Niels, that Mr. McFarland said that he considered that the NSC was bound by Boland, correct?
I don't want to admit
But you're
that.
aware he testified to it. You either saw a summary or you watched him on television.
But again,
Let's
counsel,
see the testimony, if you want to direct our attention to something, Mr. Lyman.
Fortunately, I'm prepared.
I knew you would be.
Can I read you something? Will you trust me to read this?
If I did, I wouldn't admit it, but surely, go ahead.
It's for Mr. Couture. Mr. McFarlane, you testified yesterday morning, yesterday and the day before, about the fact that it was your opinion that the Bowen amendments, particularly the more restrictive of those amendments, applied to the National Security Council. Is that correct? Mr. McFarlane, yes. Question, is that a personal opinion of yours? Answer, yes, sir, and there's more testimony to that effect. You are aware that that's the position he has expressed at these hearings, correct? And if you weren't before, you are now.
Correct.
And as I understand your testimony, other than in the letters that were sent to Congress in which he said that the NSC was abiding by Bowen, you never heard him say that.
I carried out my instructions to the letter to the very best of my ability, Mr. Lyman. I have said that innumerable times over the course of the last 3 days.
But can you answer that question, that did you ever hear him say Bowen does not apply to the NSC?
I don't recall him saying that.
You did hear Mr. Casey say that Boland doesn't apply to the NSC.
At length.
Now, is it correct, sir, that you were put in a position in which everybody was eager and content to have Ollie North do whatever was necessary to energize the Contras, to keep them together as a fighting force, to instill democratic values in them, to open up a Southern front, to promote unity, to provide them with intelligence, to provide them with advice on munitions, to help provide them with that air base in a Central American country. They were all content and eager for you to do this as long as you didn't create a record pinning it on them.
You'd have to ask them.
Well, do you remember, Oliver North, that you had a conversation once with the chief of the Central American Task Force at the CIA right after Boland was passed, and I'm going to show it to you if you don't remember, and that you got criticized for being indiscreet in mentioning what you were doing, and you were told, be more discreet next time. Not that you shouldn't do it.
I recall the event. I don't recall the time.
It's an exhibit here.
It's,
We don't have to go over it.
I recall it.
But that really was the spirit, wasn't of it all? Don't infect other people with knowledge.
Unnecessary knowledge is the term.
You do it. You provide the deniable link. You take the rap if it gets exposed. That was what this was all about, right?
I have testified to that.
And it's also fair to say that the people who chose you for this knew and appreciated your qualities.
You're asking me to put myself in the minds of other people, counsel. I don't believe that any of those people foresaw the outcome of what has happened.
Well,
I certainly didn't. I do honestly believe that they expected that Ali would go quietly, and Ali intended to do so right up until the day that somebody decided to start a criminal prosecution.
Colonel, you characterized yourself, you described yourself as an action-oriented person, correct?
That's correct.
You were the person who, I think in your own statement, people would say, Ali, fix it, right?
That's correct.
And it would get fixed, right?
Usually.
And you could cut through red tape, right?
Didn't say that in the statement.
Well,
But we did.
we understand each other. I've read enough of what you've written.
Mr.
And-
Lyman, let me just say one thing. I think it's important for everybody to understand. I don't believe that people for whom I still have an enormous amount of respect, like Mr. McFarland or Admiral Poindexter, would have ever placed me in jeopardy of a criminal prosecution. I don't believe that those men, whether or not the President knew, and I don't think the President would have done that. I don't think anybody intended that Ali North have to endure having his name be the only one appear on the appointment order for an independent counsel. I think we all saw, I certainly did, that what we were doing was within the limits of the law, that there were great liabilities and that they were principally political, that the liabilities included the protection of the lives of other people, some of whom were at great risk and some of whom have died.
But Oliver North, I hear you say that if you weren't on the order for the appointment of an independent counsel, if there was agreement that there was no criminal liability here, people would expect you to come before Congress and say, I did it. It's not their fault. I was
did
that
do it.
loose cannon.
I did do it. I am not, as I said in my statement, at all ashamed of any of the things that I did. I was given a mission, and I tried to carry it out.
But part of that mission was to shield the others who were giving you the orders.
That is the part of any subordinate. Every centurion had a group of shields out in front of him, 100 of them.
Well, would you agree with this proposition, Colonel, that, and I think you would, because I think those medals represent it.
No, those medals represent the heroism of the young Marines that I led. That's what they represent.
Do you still
And I
have
never,
those? You still have those values, don't you?
I never called myself a hero. Those
not-
words were used by other people to describe me. I am grateful for those words, but I've never called myself such.
Colonel, 5.5 years in the White House hasn't destroyed those values,
Not at all.
nor has this investigation destroyed those values.
Not in the least.
And I want to talk about those values, because I think this is important for the American people, that you would agree with the proposition, wouldn't you, that in our desire to promote democracy abroad, including in Nicaragua and elsewhere, we must never sacrifice our democratic values here,
I couldn't agree more.
and that part of those democratic values are that sometimes Congress is going to disagree with the executive branch,
True enough.
and sometimes you, as a military officer, are going to disagree with what the President or the Congress decide as a matter of policy, correct?
Certainly.
And you believe very firmly in civilian control,
Absolutely.
and you do not share the view that was expressed and retracted by your secretary, that sometimes you must rise above the written law.
I do not believe in rising above the law at all, and I do
And-
not believe that I have ever stated that.
And
I
you
don't-
haven't.
I have not.
And when you, Colonel North, had to, in order to protect this operation and your superiors, engage in deception of Congress and deception of other members of the executive branch, it was particularly painful for you in view of the honor code that you subscribed to at Annapolis. Isn't that so?
That is correct.
Now, this covert operation that you found yourself in, helping to direct in Nicaragua for the Contras, was a different type from the covert operations that you had observed in your term at the CIA, at the NSC, right?
It was different in perhaps where it was being directed from. We tried to adhere to the normal procedures that one would in
Well-
the conduct of a covert operation.
Well, when
And
you...
indeed, Counsel, that is an important reason for why protection was important.
Well, let's talk about that, because that's what I want to come to.
Well,
That-
what I don't want to do is leave you with the idea that the only thing I was doing was trying to protect my superiors. That is indeed an important part in terms of plausible deniability. But part of the destruction and the deception and all the rest of what you have described was to protect those engaged in the operation.
Colonel North, when the CIA was running this operation, it was running it pursuant to a finding. Isn't that so?
That's correct.
And so that there is no misimpression, under our law, covert operations are permitted, correct?
That's correct.
And under our law, which all of us are sworn to uphold, the covert operations are regulated, correct?
Yes.
And the law provides that the President of the United States must make a finding, must put his name on the line in permitting a covert operation.
And again, I'm not trying to play legal scholar. It is my understanding that there is a requirement for a finding pursuant to the CIA's conduct of a covert operation in which U.S. funds are to be expended.
Well, did you understand, Colonel North, that if the President wants to follow the law that Congress passed and that he signed on covert operations, he can sign the finding and let the CIA do it, and if he wants to do it without signing a finding, he can let the NSC do it? Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, what I'm saying, I'm not...
It's a fielder's choice?
No, I am saying that the President is not precluded by that law, nor is the NSC precluded by that law from conducting the activities that we undertook.
Did you ever hear the President of the United States express that view?
No.
This was an important matter, providing support for the Contras in terms of the President's policies, correct?
The President made innumerable speeches about it. I helped write some of those speeches about it. There's no doubt that aid to the democratic resistance in Nicaragua was a very high priority for the President.
Did you ever see any opinion issued by the Chief Legal Officer of the United States, the Attorney General, saying that the NSC wasn't bound by Bolin and could do these things?
Did I ever see a determination by the Chief Legal Officer of the United States?
The Attorney General.
I understand who the Attorney General is, counsel. To the effect that the NSC was not bound by Boland. Is that the question? No, I did not. But I worked, as I indicated in my statement, directly for 2 national security advisors. They are at the right hand of the President. It is my understanding that the President is still charged with the responsibility of the conduct of foreign policy in this country, and I believe that what we were doing is conducting a covert operation in support of that foreign
But
policy.
the difficulty with that, Colonel North, is one of those national security advisors has testified, and he said he believed Boland applied, and he told that to Congress. And I'm asking you, did you ever see an opinion of the Attorney General? And you've answered no. Did anyone ever ask, to your knowledge, for an opinion from the President's counsel? Mr. Fielding and then Mr. Wallison on this.
I believe, counsel, that I sent forward a number of memoranda suggesting various legal opinions from those offices.
Did you get any back?
I don't recall them right now, but I must have generated thousands and thousands of memoranda when I was at the White House, and I don't remember specifically whether I did or not.
Are you saying that you were looking for opinions from the Attorney General or from the White House counsel?
No.
Then what are you saying?
No, I'm just saying that I generated many memoranda, some of which called for certain opinions from the White House counsel. I don't recall whether I got one back or not.
You do not, as you sit here today, have any recollection of any legal officer giving you that opinion other than Scaroni?
Mr. Cerrone, who is a member of the bar, gave us an opinion that indicated that it was legitimate for the National Security Council to pursue these activities.
Did you testify yesterday that you felt that the Intelligence Oversight Board had no jurisdiction over the NSC and you didn't have to give him any facts?
I did.
But when you had a favorable opinion from that board, you were prepared to rely on it. When you didn't want to give them any facts, they had no jurisdiction. Is that what it amounts to?
You can call it what you like.
And was the first time that you were aware of an executive order signed by this president requiring presidential findings for all covert actions when it was called to your attention by Mr. Niels?
You're talking about Executive Order 12333?
Yes, sir.
I was familiar with Executive Order 12333 before Mr. Niels inquired about it.
But your belief was that just as the law signed by the President of the United States on findings didn't apply if he chose to have the NSC do it, that Executive Order 12333 didn't apply if he chose to have the NSC do it?
That is correct.
So it comes down to the fact that because of your belief that the President is the sole authority on foreign policy, he could do whatever he wanted in that field.
Would you repeat that question, please?
Well, does it come down to the fact that from your point of view as the action officer, the staff officer, the person who had to run this covert operation, that if the President wanted it, that was enough?
And was within the limits of the law? That is correct.
As you saw it.
Yes.
And when the former national security officer, national security advisor, says, I didn't know anything about this, and we were complying with Bowen, and when the President of the United States says, I knew nothing about the NSC staff assisting the Contras, you look upon that as just another exercise in deniability. Is that the fact?
You'll have to take that up with them, counsel.
Past 3 days have clearly shown the committee the necessity to study some of the documents in closed session. The questions and answers have come very close to exposing classified information. Therefore, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to study these classified documents.
Chairman.
Mr. Rudman?
Chairman, pursuant to Committee Rule 2.1, I move that the hearing go into closed session because of the necessity to discuss matters which concern classified information, national security, or the confidential conduct of foreign relations.
Is there a second? There is a second. However, before proceeding to a vote, is there a similar motion for the House Committee?
Mr. Chairman, I will entertain a motion from Representative Cheney regarding conducting the hearing in closed session.
Mr. Chairman, in regard to the sensitive nature of the subject material to be discussed, I move the committee now move into executive session.
We have now before us House and Senate motions to close the hearings. Is there discussion from either Senate or House members before proceeding with the vote? Hearing none, the clerk of the Senate committee will call the roll of senators.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Stein?
Aye.
Mr. Spillane?
Aye.
Mr. Heflin?
Aye.
Mr. Mora? Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Mr. Hatch?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Trump?
Aye.
Mr. Rudman?
Aye.
Mr. Inouye?
Aye.
Vote is 11 ayes, 0 nays.
The question before the House is on the House motion to close the hearing, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Cassell? Aye. Mr. Foley? Mr. Rodino? Aye. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Stone?
Aye.
Mr. Aston? Aye. Mr. Boland?
Aye.
Mr. Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Cheney?
Aye.
Mr. Broomfield?
Aye.
Mr. Hyde?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. DeWine?
Aye.
The ayes are 14, the noes are 0.
And the motion is carried.
This hearing will move to room S-407 in the United States Capitol for a closed session. We will stand in recess until that time.